What I foresee from the current trends right now, it's massively gonna impact the day-to-day life. Be it in any domain. I'm not going in specific to the fintech to start with, but be it in any domain, the generical problems gonna get impacted and gonna solved very easily going forward. And I think we are getting the flavors now. Everybody is aware of how the chat gpts, the soras, and all those things are working out. It's a mixed flavor. People are excited about it. There are people who are scared about it, but I do believe, I think it's a more of gonna be exciting journey going forward, because the help that the AI brings you to your day-to-day work is enormous. Like the task that you were performing till now, maybe it's in few hours, with the help of an assistant, which is trained in a specific domain or for a specific task, can actually help you deliver quite fast, like 10x or 20x, right? So it's definitely gonna do a lot of additions into our life, and specifically to the fintech world, right? Where I'm currently working on, and we are seeing the wave of the fintech. It is in the Indian economy, right? It's gonna help a lot, specifically for the areas where ease of solutioning or ease of the payments is gonna happen. A more robustness into the payments, the more openness into the payments kind of scenarios will happen. It will open up a lot of portals for us to have a niche products from the payment sites, from the fintech sites, that will actually get into the day-to-day life of each one of us, and it's gonna have an impact, maybe doing a half of the work for us, without taking a lot of help from us. So it's gonna positively impact our life for sure. That's my take on the AI in the coming years.
How AI is impacting today, as, as in our this generation, I feel it is immensely affecting us. We know or we do not know. For example, I can give you a certain scenario in the current financial world, how it's going on. You can think of the when the customer getting targeted, you may be getting a call, maybe from phone, maybe through emails notifications, or maybe from app notifications. So starting from the targeting a customer to acquisition of the customer to bringing the customer through the process of a financial journey and then managing it over time. Everything is today happening somewhere in some form, the AI or in a word, the traditional ML is used. So it's nothing new that we have found a new thing. It's happening. Just that we are slowly realizing. And given that the awareness today is very high, people are trying to understand why did I get a message from my through my mobile and why not I'm getting a phone call. So there is a difference. If you're not targeted through a phone call, that there is a certain algorithm behind that didn't prioritize you through a phone call, then maybe through a message. Right? So that's happening. And what is going to happen down the line 5 years? Then a lot of things going to happen. For example, if you have seen today any particular any technical product, or maybe you are whoever is using mobile, maybe down the before 10 years, there's just a phone. Today is not just a phone; it's much smarter than that. You can do a lot of things on top of it, right? And it has integrated today. The very basic thing today we have the sensors through which you can play with it and you can do a lot of things. What I believe in down the line 5 years, already iPhone has built a lot of AI layers on the mobile we have. Similarly, you do see a lot of applications are built on top of it, and which would be everyone's hand, and people would like play like any top. So it would be so simple and so easy. So that's how I see it down the line 5 years. It is impacting, and it will impact our life.
If we have to think from a macro point of view, it is common sense that finance drives economy. And if India has to go from a $4 billion economy to a $35 trillion, which is the aim which our honorable Prime Minister is setting us for 2047, we cannot do anything without actually driving finance to the next level. And if we have to do that, everybody believes that an incremental technology adoption cannot do anything for us, but we need disruptive technology frameworks that will change the landscape for us. India, thankfully, has figured out through the digital public infrastructure the two facets of the fintech world. One is the identity layer, which we all have been beneficiaries of by the Aadhaar framework and multiple other frameworks that have been rolled out over the last decade or so. The second layer is the payment framework, which the gentleman just talked a few minutes before. And again, we all have been beneficiaries. More than us, I think the bottom of the pyramid have been beneficiaries of these two layers, right? People who didn't have the any kind of identity or who didn't know how to go to a bank and initiate a payment have fundamentally benefited out of this, right? And of course, there are multiple numbers being talked about in terms of how much these technologies have created or added value to our GDP. I think the next layer is going to be credit. So the identity is fairly figured out. The payment is fairly figured out. We are also taking it to the global level. The next thing which is going to revolutionize finance and obviously revolutionize the way of life for a lot of people and application of technologies like AI/ML will be the significant development which we all will see. Thank you.
When you look at the transformation that we all have gone through, the generational transformations, probably a decade over decade, this is probably the AI generation or AI decade that we are going through, right? It's been there, but the acceleration is picking up. The acceleration of AI transformation is dramatically picking up. And if you look at probably a year ago to till now, the acceleration has been quadrupled or even more, right? So what it transforms into is in our everyday life, especially point of the customization, which is really coming down to the personalization of your own information, right? Which is how do I serve you better? It is all machines are learning that. Machines are learning you. Machines are becoming better to understand what you want. How can that be served to you, right? I think that transformation has been more manual till now, right? It is when you automate it, part of the true characteristics, the behaviors that you wanted to really exhibit out of what you wanted to get out of it, you got to get it out through the machines, right? So that's a power to start with. And second thing I just wanted to add on there is, especially the fintech layer or a financial services layer, and my partner here rightfully called out, which is finance is the center of the world, right? Everything is centered around finance. And when you look at your financial information, how that is secured enough, how that has been monitored, how that has been looked into in terms of your banking or in terms of your trading, in terms of your own activities that you do with finance, everything is going to change in a way that it is going to be much more personalized, much more into the aspect of how best can I do, what is the best, and a lot of those recommendations come to you rather than you seeking that. Lastly, I want to conclude with this, which is recently I saw a post on LinkedIn which said humans are going after machines in terms of phones. We're all watching phones, but machines are rating us, right? When machines are rating us, they are becoming smarter, and that smartness is what going to reflect back onto what we do on a day-to-day life. Back to you.
Very well said, sir. Thank you. So I'll just double click on one of the key points that you mentioned, right? The hyper personalization, or how customers will see an evolution of kind of services that we'll see, right? So you and Sarah represent a global firm, Paytm, right? Anand represents an Indian giant, and Asar represents a startup. So how individually within your, I would say an industry level, right? How are you guys getting ready for the wave? What kind of changes should each of your industries what should the audience take from each of these industries as the next wave, from a technology perspective or from a consumer perspective? What should they be expecting or anything of that?
Yeah, I think I'll address that in a couple of ways, right? And then probably pass it back this way. I think from a consumer point of view, you have to be cautious about how is your data, is that data secured enough or not, right? Your personal information, is that secured enough or not, right? How far it is, how global it is being transformed into, and how much of that is something that you want to share or not, right? Some of those are not in your control, right? So when you go onto the website nowadays, they're asking for cookies to say, do you want to accept these cookies or not, right? Watch out. I think it is important for you to watch out what you're accepting, what you're not accepting, right? For example, the other day I was just traveling with another person, and somebody calls and says, "Hey, somebody is tracking you. You on your Snapchat app. You turned your location services on, so they are really tracking you, right? So that means you're with this person. You're going there, right? So you have to watch out what information that you're sharing, right? That kind of impacts your personalization. And second side of it is companies, organizations. What they're trying to do is they're trying to really predict. They're trying to build those predictive models around your personal data, right? So we have a lot of our focus right now is a lot of that chatbot technologies we're bringing in, and making sure that we're able to address your questions, your personal questions, much more freely and much more accurately, right? That accuracy is increasing as we speak, but we are not there yet, right? It's a journey. The model is improving as we speak, but I think it all comes back to understanding the intent. That is where the model maturities are coming along. The multi-model maturities, the intent behind that human behavior. More we understand, more personalization that we can start doing, and that's the journey that we are in. And as we mature enough, the serving to the customer becomes much more easier and much more accurate as well.
Yeah, probably I'll talk about the context a bit. The gentleman talked about the intent. So we are in the trade finance industry, and everybody knows that when a small business buys or sells something to another business, it is not a straight line, right? So there are dips and there are seasonalities attached to it. There are a lot of dynamic situations where a customer is paying you very early. There are situations where the customer pays you late, right? And it's not just about telling a financial institution that, hey, go and fund this guy for about 10 lakhs, right? But it also is about giving the context, and that context can only be established when we look at large data sets, we look at the history within that spectrum of that industry, and we are able to bring intelligence which doesn't exist in the financial services ecosystem. So today, all of us know that banks are dependent on credit bureaus, right? So when somebody applies for a personal loan, or when somebody applies for a corporate loan, or a personal loan, the usual thing or a baseline thing which a financial institution does is to check about your financial history of what you have done, whether you have defaulted or paid your home loans, paid your EMIs properly, right? Now, this is a very baseline kind of checking that happens with the historical data that the system has captured. But what about people who do not have a history of data, right? What about people who face new dimensions of business? So today I might be a small business, serving about 100 customers. But the moment I get listed on an Amazon, or the moment I get listed on an e-commerce website, probably I'm staring at a million plus kind of customers who could come and ask me for business, right? And how do I meet the financing needs of these transactions is a fundamental challenge which trade finance institutions do not know how to solve currently. Because on balance sheet, on financial history, I may be worth only X lakhs or X crores in terms of my eligibility to draw financing. But I have a genuine case of looking at an hyperactive business traction which needs financing solutions, right? That's where ProFintech comes in. We are working with some of the voluntary organizations like iSpirit, which was at the beginning of UPI before even the NPCI came into picture. iSpirit was championing UPI payment ecosystems, and they are at the front end of bringing innovations which have an impact for the next decade or 2 decades, right? It's not about just trying to solve what is in front of us for the next year or so, but about creating something which can impact generations. So we are working with them. There's a first cohort which has come out where we are looking at large data sets and applying machine learning technologies to figure out if we can make this a kind of an auto decision process, right? Where people may not bring the data sets which usually people bring to a bank, but looking at their identity and looking at the industry and the trading situation they are in, we are able to make a decision that yes, this business would require this kind of financing at this point in time, and make that a kind of fulfilling story for that business. Because from a trade perspective, if you are not giving financing at the time of the need, then we should not be existing in the first place, right? So it's like a hospital. It's like a hospital in many ways, because if a patient walks in with a pain or a problem, and if you're not able to solve it and ask them to fill a form or give some do some requirements, then what's the use of being a financial institution in the first place? So we are thinking from that perspective, Kumar, and we are on an initial journey because the financial services industry is highly regulated. There are a lot of other challenges of risk, etc., which we need to solve for. But I think the direction that we are all taking is in the right spirit.
The way I see it in this case is that this is a win-win situation for both industry as well as the customers. So industry want to do better in their margins so that business can float, they can make good money over time, and customer wants better experience. So then needs to be balanced. Now, how AI is doing it? AI is, the way I see it, AI is going to enable it so that business has better way to make money. At the same time, as a customer, I get better experience. That's what we want. At the same time, the beautiful things are happening as you see in this landscape for last 2 to 3 years, right? So if you look at simple KYC, know your customers, so simple things like you upload your documents. Today people are just calling you, call over video. You do not need to go to a particular bank or something and just prove it that you are the customer, right? So a lot of things are happening through this, and this is where, in a way, AI is making many things as an enabler. So it also brings like a lot of concerns as customer says, my data is get secured? Am I sharing whatever the data I'm sharing? These are my personal information. I'm giving right consent so that the models are getting built or the customers are getting targeted. So I think that's why government is going to do a lot of role. And in the same scenario, RBI also playing critical role, where as you see over time, in US it is always there. The market is well regulated and a lot of compliance is there. And I do see India is going to catch up on that. RBI has already put a lot of rules and regulations to build a lot of things. And recently you have seen this AI advisory came out, like how to build models, how to do things, but that's still not getting enforced. But the way I see it, that's in some point of time going to happen. So customer needs to look at it in more positive way so that the data is secure. The trust is going to be built.
Just to refresh the question, what the customers should foresee or expect as we grow in the AI world, especially towards the fintech, right? So pretty much covered by the folks over the panel. I will just complement the answers and totally agree in aligned with the directions the folks has already described the things. But I will just add 2 points over here, right? Whatever the next outcomes that we're gonna see, right? Whatever the next products that the customer is gonna see will always be accompanied by 2 dimensions. One is on the fingertips, that is speed. So just to give an example, right? Let's take an example of KYC. So previously, when you used to go to a bank, it used to take maybe a few days for you to complete the KYC because you have to submit the form, submit the documents and all those things. Nowadays, you just go there, fill the details and you're done. It's on your fingertips and it's with the accuracy, right? Lending. The underwriting nowadays is on the fingertips. You just apply for it and within few seconds you will get an SMS, congratulations. Yeah. Or even nowadays it's going even above that. Without applying, you are getting the messages that congratulations, you've been allotted. So definitely with the accuracy, a lot of accuracy gonna increase, a lot of speed gonna increase, and the second dimension is affordable experts, I would say. So if I just ask in the room, right, how many people here have a wealth manager? maybe very few, hardly one hand or maybe nothing exact. So, but with the help of AI, with the help of technology, uh, the segment of robo advisors or the wealth advisors, which are affordable to the medium class, right, to affordable to the new young generation, is gonna happen, and that the credit goes to the AI world, right? Because finance is a very big world where you have to diversify, you have to learn a lot of things, right? And if an expert is sitting out there giving you an advice very cheaply, which also works in your direction according to your goals, that's something you should expect going forward in the fintech world. That's my two takes on it.
There are multiple challenges, but one of the positive things which I would like to start this, Kumar, is that whether we like it or not, the rules in the financial services industry or the regulations in financial services industry have been unknowingly made by the wrong set of people, right? When I say wrong set of people, these are defaulters. So when one Nirav Modi uses an instrument like a letter of credit to defraud the system, suddenly the entire rules for millions of other customers have been framed, right? It's like almost somebody going and crashing into a divider and then, without doing any checks on why the accident happened, we come up and put a traffic light or a signboard saying that this is an accident prone zone, right? So that has unfortunately happened over the years. So the good thing which is happening in this space is that a lot of data is coming into use, and RBI and SEBI and multiple other financial regulators who are the key stakeholders in the system are kind of believing that we need to look at the larger pools of data and bring in things like AI and ML before taking decisions which can impact the lives of people. Because obviously, if I decide based on one Nirav Modi whether to lend or not to the next million customers standing in the line, I would have probably done a disservice, to several customers. So that I think will be is a good thing which is happening. There are several challenges as you can imagine. Regulations always take time to catch up with any new technologies, and that is big in India because it's all also about financial stability, right? Finance has both angles, right? It's a kind of a double-edged sword. So on the positive side, it can fuel the economy, it can fuel the growth. But if you don't do it the right way, the economy can just spiral down and create huge problem for everybody, not just for government and RBI, but even for common people. You guys would have heard what happened in countries like Zimbabwe, right? Or what happened in countries like Argentina, etc., when there was spiraling inflation. And all of us have seen that to buy a 1 kilo of tomato, people used to take a pile of cash in a country like Zimbabwe to do that, right? Obviously, we don't want to go through that situation. So there will be a lot of caution before mainstreaming these technologies. But I am an optimist. I think that as the adjacent technologies or adjacent systems like the identity layers, the payment ecosystems, and things like account aggregator. I don't know how many of you have heard about that. Today, there is a regulated framework called account aggregator, which, if you give consent, can actually touch all your financial services providers like banks and BFCs and take out a history of what happened in the past, right? So as these adjacent technologies and ecosystems mature, I think there will be a greater propensity for government and RBI to support adoption of AI and ML, not just adoptions, but also to support mainstreaming these technologies. But till the time these things mature and till the time it is proven with data sets, we still have to bear with a little bit of a slowness, which is okay. I mean, we don't want to take a step and suddenly get into problems, right? So that's what I'm seeing.
True challenges point of view, I probably put India probably on the better side of it than rest of the countries, right? To be in fact, because our fintech industry has been really matured, right? The great example is the previous session that we really had at NPCL that is driving a billion people in systems, right? That kind of maturity is probably not there even in US, right? So I think definitely we are better off. AI, right? I think European is slightly better in terms of the regulations. They at least came up with a AI Act, right? We haven't seen that come out of India. So if something that like that comes out, and which is gives us clarity on what can be done, what can be done, I think it just gets us another edge as well. And even in India, government wise, there is a lot of support for AI. AI in India is definitely a big motivating factor for entire India as a whole. So I know the gentleman spoke about the underlying financial challenges. I don't want to go into that specific things, but I think the challenges, if anything at all, I think for us is the variations and the maturity level of people that we deal with, the billion people, that really brings in a quite wide spectrum of the maturity and the adoption, and how do we really tune our technologies to adopt to that spectrum of the variation, whether it is highly educated to not educated. How do we really deal with that, right? I think we are much better there in already in fintech world, but I think AI will be enabler. But we need to solve some of those underlying challenges that comes with it.
The AI is nothing but just in a simple words. This is a data stack, and using the data, the models are built, and then models are getting deployed. So currently, the process is that how can you make this two endpoint within a very quick interval of time, so that's where you have a better business to be there, and then you will make an impact to the customers. So doing that is where the current challenges are more. Like, how do you first prepare those data? How do you gather the data in the particular business context? I think many times people are struggling there to gather data and preparing the data on which you can build a model. This model is nothing like you just put in garbage in and garbage out. Right? So it will not learn anything magical, whatever, nothing there in the data. You need to make sure whatever the use case you have in hand, you understand the problem well, and keeping the right set of the data and putting to the right kind of algorithm and get the right set of output. Now you have output. Model is trained, everything is good, but you can't put it in production because your production framework or the current the hardware or the architecture is available in the technical stack that is not capable to do it. For example, I build a model using a Gen AI Llama 7 million model, and I want to make a fraud detection on this, which I need to make a decision within maybe 1 to 2 milliseconds. That is impossible to do, because you need to generate data and pass through the model and get it out, right? So that required a massive infrastructure to do that particular inferencing or scoring to make it work. So it is not about the technology or the financial world, the required technology. It is not about this machine learning and AI algorithm. That requires the infrastructure and certain kind of hardware and software stack to support to that. And that's where the fintech, so-called tech, is helping the fin side of it to evolve faster. And that's a big thing happening, and this will keep evolving as we speak. And that's the beauty of this complete world.
Again, it's the fourth term. Most of the things are being covered. But yeah, 2 points. Very, very important things said by my friend Sarah. Garbage in, garbage out. It's the data quality that's gonna be used to train the model to actually say that we're gonna be an AI leader, or we're gonna be having a lot of AI driven applications, is gonna play a very, very important role, right? And that's one thing, I guess, where we as an Indian, or as an as a country, have to do a lot of work on. Definitely now we have some base through the Aadhaar, through the PAN, right? But still a lot of things to be done, which says, okay, these are the unique identifications and all these are the well structured data which I can use to train my model, which will produce the accuracy which I am expecting, right? So a lot of importance has to be given to the data quality if we want to excel into the AI world. And the second thing, from the India's perspective, right, on the AI journey, what I see is adoption, right? We are very, very diversified country, right? Religion, caste, wealth levels, a lot of diversions, right? You just imagine, suppose if the demonetization would have not happened, for example, what would have been the percentage of UPI transactions or the digital wallet transactions as of now? I'm pretty sure the upper layer would have adopted it very very nicely and would have done it, adopted it very nicely and have given a lot of inputs to it. But the lower layer, which is a larger layer into the Indian ecosystem, right, might have struggled a little bit because uh, it might be possible that much effort into the adoption might have not been kept for the if the demonetization would have not happened, right? To do, even if we build a lot of AI driven applications, right, a lot of efforts needs to be put for the adoption from to the lower level, right? We have a tier 2, tier 3 people who still believes in the cash market, right? They still want to do a cash transactions. Now you're just saying that okay, there is a chat bot or there is a voice bot, right, which will just do the transactions for you. Just tell it, right? How much changes they have to bring in their day-to-day life or their thought process, that whether this is gonna happen fine or not, even if it is a 10 rupees transaction, 100 rupees transaction, right? So that adoption, the drive for the adoption has to be there with a lot of force from the AI's perspective. Whatever application you deliver, you have to be on the ground. You have to make it very very usable, very easy to use. Uh, in a different targeting different segments, maybe language wise, the region wise, and then drive for the adaptability. Until unless that won't be done, I think it will be a slow start. Slowly it will pick up, but for a faster thing, like to tell the story like UPI, right? You need either some event like demonetization, or you need some force which actually drives the adoption. Sure. Let me start maybe this time. Uh, with AI, there are a lot of challenges for sure, and responsible AI. Actually, I'm very very happy that responsible AI is picking up early in the days, right? Uh, with If you see the boom of 2000, right, where we were adopting towards the technology, uh, the backslashes that could happen because of the technology was not brought that wisely or with that much voice previously, and then slowly we saw that the impact of it, right? But it's really good if we start with the responsible AI from the day zero, or in the early days itself. It's very important, it's very very helpful technology, and at the same time it can be very very dangerous for us, right? Because both the sides of world exist, right? You will see people who wants to build the applications who are like really helpful, but at the same time you will see the people who just want to ditch you, or who just want to make a fraud or make money out of it, right? So to create this responsible AI, early stage regulations, or a kind of community which can says okay, these are the standards which will be followed while releasing an AI app or an AI feature, right? Anything, it's kind of gold market standards we have, right? If you're going to have a buy a gold somewhere, right, you generally see that okay, these states just are being passed, or any software you see, you generally check these are the security checks which are being passed or not, right? If you can together come up with an standard that okay, whatever the application or the feature that you are building through the help of AI or delivering as an AI, it has to go through certain security checks, or it has to pass certain benchmarks, and that becomes a kind of hallmark that okay, this is a sanitized app which it's not gonna harm the general people, right? And that will build a sense of trust within the people, that okay, I'm going to have an application which will be working for me rather than working against me, right? So it's gonna be a very important charter as we grow in the AI world. It will be very interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah, so this is very interesting theme, like responsible AI. So, but when we say responsible AI, so first we need to understand what we mean by that, right? So it is the where the responsible lies. So it is the person or the company or the organization who is building these models, right? So the model is built and then model is used for certain decision. For example, if you are getting a card or a credit decisioning is happening, you know that decisioning happens. So now I'll just catch up on two themes, which is very important, I believe. One is the model bias, and second part is that how can you bring accountability through transparency. So what I mean by the model bias is that when I build a model, like as you collect the data, there is certain inherent bias into it. For example, you collected a certain amount of data only because the person who surveyed or the way the data is collected, it is targeted to only male, not much female. Now the data is highly biased towards male, so because he has seen more attributes of those male population, so the when the decisions are made, and it says you are likely to get more profitable if you target a male customer rather than female. Now this is a bias inherent to the data that is selected and the model you build and the algorithm you choose to build these models, right? So now how so the going to the important part is that the regulators who is looking into this model, or let's say I own the model, so my primary purpose is to understand is this model is biased towards something or not, is it biased towards a certain language or certain race. So how can you make sure that that is one responsibility lies with which building this model and posting to the customers at a final decision. Second part is that the interpretable AI or explainable AI. So now the decisions are made. Now we need to explain. I say no, Kumar, I can't give you a credit of next. Let's say you are asking for let's say 1 lakh incremental credit or a credit line increase. Now I am saying no, I'm not going to give you the credit line increase. Then I need to explain you why I'm not going to give you this credit line increase, right? That part when I build into my system, I'm creating the transparency. So Kumar would be more now trustable with me that he believes me what I'm saying, how my decisions are made, and that is the responsibility lies with me. Right? So these two aspects are really more important. There are more to it, but these are two critical things today. How the models are built.
One, I think, as I mentioned in the previous comment, the financial services ecosystem is highly regulated. And the good part is that a lot of financial intermediaries, whether it is insurance companies or banks, are regulated, which is not the case in many industries, right? So today, if you look at media or if you look at technology companies, they are not regulated. None of the Facebooks or Googles of the world are regulated, right? So in those sectors or in those industries, obviously the technology will be miles ahead of regulations before we open up our eyes and see that there are certain things which have happened the way which we didn't want to happen. Fortunately for us, the financial services industry is regulated, and also the service providers have an element of discretion. So if you are a bank or an insurance company, you are not allowed to just go ahead and go give loans to anybody, right? So there are certain ways and means of looking at it. For example, if there was a small company here which comes up and says that, hey, I would like to build a factory which will manufacture, say, machine guns or say narcotic substances, they're not going to get the loan, right? Because these are banned business activities. Fundamentally, they will not be allowed to come inside. So, talking about the ethical side of AI and ML technologies, I think there is a fundamental design level deterrence which has been built because of the nature of this industry, because of the nature of these regulations. So I personally think, and I could be wrong here, this is based on my experience and my bias, that there may be very less scope for things to just crop up out of the blue and create ethical issues within the spectrum of fintech or financial services ecosystem. That's my personal opinion. Thank you.
I think we are evolving, right? Ethics play a big role in the entire AI spectrum. Organizations are really transforming their chief ethical officer into chief ethical AI officer, right? To make sure that there are ethics that are looked from an AI spectrum point of view. It's very important. So I look at it as probably three or four sectors. One is what organizations are doing, making sure they are doing ethical AI, ethics at the center of the AI. The second dimension is government, as the gentleman talked about, the regulations, the AI acts that are coming together, that really plays a big vital role. And third, we all are consumers. We are on consumer side of it. We also have to play a role into it to make sure that ethically we are able to consume the services that are being offered and challenge if something that is not right, right? I think we all have a say in this entire ecosystem. And overall, I think ethics is one of the reason probably AI didn't take off as much as it's supposed to as we are sitting here today, right? Because ethics, the kind of data controls that we want to put around, the kind of regulations that we want to, everything passing through that stages makes it even becomes challenging in these LLM models because they want a lot of data and all of the data is fed in. There are no controls in it. Then how do you really make sure that data is controlled enough and ethically correct enough to make sure that we are serving the right information to the right people at the right time, right? I think these things all play vital role as we evolve, and ethics is really organizations are putting at the center of it as they evolve the AI practice as a whole.
I think one of the very interesting themes which is taking shape is the whole data and behavior footprint that we are generating as consumers, whether it's a corporate entity or whether it is an individual consumer, right? There is tremendous amount of data across various platforms and systems that is getting generated. I have taken an Uber in the morning to come here. I have made a payment using my GPay or PhonePay. I'll probably go back and do something, take a metro rail or something. So there is a data and a behavior footprint which is getting generated. Now the challenge is how do we bring these together, right? And whether we like it or not, there is a very thin line between snooping on privacy and creating something for the productive use. Now sitting in Hyderabad, we've all been reading news about phone tappings and things like that, right? So, people will always have a fundamental challenge of where do we draw the line? But to answer to your question, Kumar, is that if we can find a way in a clean and ethical manner to integrate the data footprint that we all generate, it is going to evolve into financial magic, right? We will see a day very soon where AI and ML will be able to give out a very, very curated experience of what financial products, at what rates of interest, at what points of time that you will be needing from the financial services providers, right? And that is going to fundamentally change the way the financial services ecosystem or industry has been built over a period of time. But more exciting is that it is going to bring a lot of changes into our way of life, because now we are going to get access, we are going to get better rates, we are going to get better financial products driven and fueled by AI and ML, right? So those are my thoughts around this.
One important thing, the way I see it currently is happening or also will happen. So one thing which has happened is the financial inclusion. That is a good part which has happened, and then payment systems are in place. Now, if now these things are placed, now as a young India is growing up, what they need is the financial stability. So that is one of the important thing. What is the country is going to do something about it, and that is coming up. For example, so there are, as you have seen, there are very minimal instruments where people can diversify their wealth. Today, that is increasing. You may have seen these mutual funds that taken a lot of traction last 4-5 years, and people have started investing in stocks. Now they are getting learned in how to do that. Now there will be more safer instrument will be created where people will be more going to invest and make sure they have their financial stability. So that is what I think will happen. And I can give there are some interesting stuff like pay over time, or they call it pay later. That's the easy credit everyone has in some form of the other, right? Where they can get that credit and do some sensible transaction out of it and then pay back. right? At the same time, what we see as easy credits are coming, that has its own challenge. So as we are going through these systems of change, we need to find that balance and make sure we get to a stable scenario where the country's wealth is safe and sustained over time.
My 2 cents on the question, Kumar. The answer is yes, I would say. To me, AI for India or India with AI, there are two things which are required. One is the talent, and the second is intent. And we in India have both, and in plenty, right? So it's gonna happen for sure. We gonna be leader sooner. That's my belief. And it's gonna happen for India, especially in the fintech domains, health domains, where we have a lot of to catch up. And the acceleration that we'll see in those catch ups is will be something which the world will see for sure. That's what I think.
Seriously, I think it all starts with the talent, right? And we are here sitting here in JNTU Hyderabad, where there are a lot of students that are really growing up in AIML specialization, right? Which where when I'm growing up, there I didn't even hear any of those terms, right? Of course, it's a while back. So the reality is the talent is being built around AI here. That's definitely the number one big positive. The second side of it is we have already done in payment systems. We've done it. We have the subject matter expertise. We have the kind of financial background, financial systems, how they operate, what it is, what the challenges are at scale, right? We talked about scale as well. So we've seen it all, right? So we have the advantage than any other country in the world. And I think that combination is super powerful. When we bring that together and the intent that he talked about, and our heart is there, right? We are there. We are technologists. We are passionate, and we bring that passion together and make that happen. I think we're going to be very powerful, and it starts from top down, right? Our leaders like Modi, all the way down. It is AI centric. How they're driving India to be AI centric. I think all of that just fuels comes together, and we're going to be a very powerful country as we go along.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We have enough data across the world, and the compute power has increased. Again, not a breakthrough in terms of the compute power, but essentially raw increase in the fundamental computing power that's available and the data that's available. So now we are able to crunch all of this data, put all of these together, and now those same algorithms, neural networks was what, perhaps 90s or something like that, when neural network algorithms were coming in. I know, for example, Professor Kumar Ishwaran is here, he's been working on this. Chaitanya has been working on some of these things. There are other challenges as well. Can brute force approach, be relevant for India and all of this stuff. But before we get into those things, I would like to start with Surendra Garu. You're at Microsoft, which means you're seeing, what's happening in the business landscape and enterprise landscape, the challenges and other things. What do you see for India as both opportunities and the challenges in terms of becoming the AI leader? Let's say if we want India to become the AI leader, what do you see as the potential challenges and opportunities?
You can do for me in the question, we can say what I can do in here. I think that has to be a mental model or mental shift one has to start adopting. And especially for Indian context, how in Indian ecosystem, the Indian youth, we have the largest talent here, how they can really lead. When I actually put this in context of how it can be done, in any technology there are 4 parameters of success, okay? Or 4 parameters to really count upon. I think a lot of students here, we all heard about IQ. Generally in academia, they introduce IQ. And as we grow from academia to professional, we get into a lot of EQ. How do you handle your emotional quotient in terms of conducting with each other?
These are the two personal and personality aspects of it. Any technology has to become, and I have to adapt and I have to embrace it. There are two more parameters which are very, very fundamental and which generally not talked upon in a larger forum. One is the social quotient. Okay. In terms of the amount of population, amount of society, amount of communities which we have, what is the social relevance of any technology is the most important aspect of it. And when I was looking at the UPI, why UPI has become so relevant and so successful? Because it has elevated the social identity of every person, of every Indian. That's the fundamental key difference to the success. So any AI technology which we wanted to implement, we want to represent, first it has to bring the social context, social quotient in every person and everyone who is attempting to do that. Once it helps me in terms of establishing my social identity, it increases my social awareness, it increases my social quotient, then I will be slowly start trusting that. Fourth aspect, once the social thing is established, it has to be very, very relevant to the way I live and the way I conduct myself. That is where the CQ comes into the picture. It is called cultural quotient. It has to be very much relevant. When I saw the demo of the IoT, it will be adopted here because it is basically talks to me and then responds to me the way I conduct myself, my life in the society. So I think the key challenges or opportunities for any company, any product, any AI revolution is to, while we establish the basis of the technology, to start basically making the social relevance and cultural importance. These are the two aspects, and that is where I saw one of the first introductions of data for me when they introduced this language model for Tanmama story. That's my cultural question. That's why I relate to that. That's why it becomes so relevant for me. So those are the opportunities and those are the challenges. One has to really conscious. You're wearing multiple hats. You're the director at Meta, Facebook, you're dealing with data, emerging tech and stuff. But might I request you to put on the free software advocate hat while we talk about this? Srinagar was talking about this, with these opportunities, there's a social opportunity, there's a cultural opportunity. For AI to be relevant to any of these things, we require a lot of data to come in. Right? And we have spoken about the same thing. Now the data storage is cheap, the next stage is available. But I don't know if that's quite relevant to data that's produced or data that's required to build these open source models and stuff. Right? What are the potential challenges that you see in terms of building these data sets in the country? Now, India is quite diverse, from across the length and breadth of the country, you have lots of data that can be generated from, from agriculture, the stories, Sannamama Kabaru that Srinagar was talking about, voice data sets. There are tons and tons of data sets that can be generated. But without, in some sense, protecting, what are your views on how do we protect our data, to build models that are relevant, that can help the society? I know there are no license per se, but your views on some of this so that we can build a better AI for the country.
Thanks, Praveen, for your question, and thanks to Switcher for having me here at this event. It is truly an honor to have this opportunity to share some thoughts with all of you. Since you're asking me to answer the question with the free software or open source software hat on, perhaps I should start with that piece, which is what is Meta as a foreign tech company? What is Meta as a producer of proprietary software? What are we doing here at the free software conference? What many people don't know is that Meta is a very hardcore believer in free and open source software. And it has happened, Mark Zuckerberg was not very keen when he was building Facebook to pay for other people's cloud, or as Richard Stallman would call it, other people's computers. So he started an open hardware project called Open Compute. That was the first big project at Meta, which was an open source project. Today, and every year, we publish a state of open source report. So if you count the total number of projects at Meta, It is 1,200 open source projects that Meta has released. Separately, we are keeping a count on GitHub and on Hugging Face. We have released 650 open source or close to open source AI models, and we've also released 350 open data sets. So that is the extent of our open source portfolio today at Meta. And that's why we believe we are part of the same tent. Free software or open source software is a very powerful concept where you will see the same idea in the manifesto of the CPIM and the same idea in the manifesto of the BJP, and both of them will give separate ideological arguments for why open source is important for the country. So in the same movement, you will have large capitalist mega corporations, and in the same movement, you will have the small socialist cell as well. We're all part of the very same movement. So that's the first thing, that it is in a world where increasingly we feel divided, that you are different from me. Open source is still that very powerful big tent which brings us all together. But it is very connected to the question that Praveen is asking about privacy. So suppose you're using a proprietary software like WhatsApp, and as WhatsApp, a proprietary software company like Meta is saying, we are protecting your privacy and nobody can intercept your communication. The guarantee is being provided on the back of an open source project, which is Signal. And in the Meta white paper, we say very clearly, for the end-to-end encryption part, we have directly copied the Signal code, because it was available under a liberal license, where you could put it even in a proprietary product. Then, more recently, what Meta has done is we have moved to make Facebook Messenger also end-to-end encrypted. But when we did that, we did one more thing. We made some additional contributions to open source. We released a project called Code Verify. So what does Code Verify do? From your browser itself, you can verify that the code running on your computer is exactly the same code running on somebody else's computer. So that there is no targeted backdoor that Meta has put into your software to spy on you. So how to verify that there is no targeted backdoor? Only way to verify this is to use this project, one of the ways, and this project Meta has released as an open source project called Code Verify. So open source and privacy are very, very closely connected. If you don't have open source, then usually you cannot be 100% sure that you have privacy. So that is a very important piece. So what is the situation in India? India has a new law enacted in the middle of last year. It's called the DPDP, Digital Personal Data Protection Act. They have tried to do what Professor Raina said, what engineers do. They try to secure a trade-off. The trade-off is between three broad objectives. First objective is protecting individual rights of citizens. Second is protecting innovation. And the third is to protect the ability of the government to govern its citizens. So that was the three objectives that the policymakers had. So very strangely they say, if you voluntarily put your personal data into the public domain, then anybody can use it for any purpose. It is not even covered under the Act. So voluntarily, if you put data in the public domain, it is not covered under the Act. But if it is not voluntarily put into the public domain, then you need consent. So at least India has quite a firm basis to protect rights of citizens, and all corporations, big or small, hopefully will comply with the obligation under the law. So I will end off by connecting this back to one of our projects at Meta. The project is called Llama 2. It is a near open source. There are some big distinctions from the standard open source licenses, which people will complain about, and they should complain about. But the advantage of using Llama, I'll first start with the advantage for us. When we released it, we had released the code in Python. It was not very fast. One developer called Andre Karpathy, over a weekend, re-implemented the same code in C, became 4 times faster than us, and we ourselves took this C implementation back into our servers. Use obviously, free software is good for the capitalists, that much is clear. But the more important thing is, once you made it so small and you could run it on small devices like a Raspberry Pi or a Pixel or even your laptop, then you can disconnect from the internet and you can ask Llama any question. And now there is a whole series of small models like this, which are offline models that completely protect your privacy. Nobody will ever know what question you had asked the model, because sometimes regulators in their enthusiasm will go too far. For example, the FTC in the US at one point thought that every single prompt used against OpenAI could be an attack. So they asked OpenAI to submit the database of all prompts to the FTC. And that would be a horrifying thing if you had asked some embarrassing question to OpenAI. So this is what is important, that there are multiple rights. These rights are often in conflict with each other. For example, we have a right to information. That right is in conflict with the right to privacy. And we have to be part of the policy-making process so that our lawmakers make laws which solve this double optimization or double maximization problem.
And I think it's a great opportunity for startups as well, right? To be able to utilize these things. I know there's a huge data problem. We'll get to that. How do you see this as an opportunity for startups? And you don't need to build your own models right now. You can, but as Sunil was talking about, we have lots of open source models available right now. Data is a problem. We'll get to that. Can leverage this thing. How do you see how can this ecosystem be nurtured in that sense, and especially in Hyderabad, Telangana? Right? If you want to, let's say, become the AI capital, what are the potential pitfalls, challenges, opportunities that we see with models also being available, the open source models being available? How do you see this up? The startups, I'm sure some of these people would want to take this opportunity and build something out of it as well.
A lot of people know about T-Hub, but let me spend a couple of minutes more about T-Hub. T-Hub is the world's largest innovation hub. Not sure how many people know about it. Second thing is, I don't know if you've been to that place, you would find that there are a couple of other entities also in and around. One is T-Works, and there is another tower that is coming up behind called Image Towers. So, T-Hub itself has got about 450 plus startups, right, resident in the building. And T-Works, that is next door, is the India's largest prototyping center, right? And then Image Towers that is coming up right behind is going to be one of the world's largest AR, VR, VFX gaming solutions setup, right? Just coming to your point, Praveen, about what are we doing here, making this place Hyderabad unique model. Now, leave that aside, let me continue the story that the professor was talking about. So he spoke about the untold story of UPI. There is a bit more about the untold story about UPI. The UPI stack that was built had a significant contribution from startups, right? So the sourcing of a lot of applications happened from startups. There's also another application, I don't know how many people remember, I don't think we can forget, called COVID application. You guys remember COVID? Right, so nobody can forget COVID application. Very interesting thing about what we have done to the world. I have seen people traveling from the US coming to India carrying the COVID certificate. Did any one of us carry COVID certificates? No, right? I hope I heard that. No, right. So the point is, if you lose a certificate in the US, it takes about 2 to 3 weeks to get the certificate. And we never lost any of the certificates unless somebody had a problem. So this was another technology export that along with startups, India did, to the world. In fact, the other point about Hyderabad and Telangana, again, because you brought up that point, Hyderabad is the pharma capital of India. Hyderabad is the pharma or rather vaccine capital of the world. So, I mean, if you look at sector by sector, there are so many sectors where there is one transformation is happening and Hyderabad has been contributing both to India and to the world. In fact, in that process, we have attracted Microsoft and Meta, and I'm sure that's a long list, right? So, as of now, 25 to 30% of foreign companies that want to come to India are actually coming to Hyderabad. And this is something that I am not saying is national support. I'm sure you can go and check it out. So where I'm coming from, the opportunities exist. You don't have to look outside, beyond say India. I'm not saying you have to drop your plans if you have any, but there are opportunities right here. There are support systems that are available. I know there was this question about, it is just one GitHub or one of those entities, GitHub, etc. Both the governments as well as the institutions like ours are trying to see how we can replicate this model across different segments or sectors. For example, in colleges, many of you are probably still studying in colleges. Some of the colleges have already taken that responsibility to build innovation hubs within your colleges. And some of them have approached us, some of you have already the talent required, infrastructure required. All that might be required is to really go on and build on those. Now, when it comes to technology challenges or issues, I think both my eminent panelists have actually talked about data. In fact, I was in Delhi last week attending a seminar or symposium on healthcare. The biggest challenge in India, and this is a challenge for all of you youngsters who want to pick the problems to solve, right, is really to look at healthcare. So, again, there is lack of data. We were just chatting a little while earlier. There is lack of coherent data. Of course, data is available, but it is not available publicly. If a startup working in healthcare domain wants data about clinical data, or they want data about patients, you have to approach 100 different hospitals or clinics to get validated data. So that's a challenge. So one is, how do you build applications that addresses that? Just to let you know, the government of India and of course local government is actually building something called UHI. So on similar lines to UEI, Unified Healthcare Infrastructure, and that is going to be equally massive. It is being touted to be much bigger than UPI, where you unify, stratify data for patients. Patients are nothing but people like us who go to the hospitals. So that is going to be an opportunity, and because all the instances to watch out for, because if somebody is in Nagarkarnool or say Hyderabad, where do they rush if they have a critical issue? Everybody comes to Hyderabad. How do you make the tertiary care, or rather the primary care? Tertiary care is what we have offering here, which is like the Apollo hospitals, etc. The primary care facilities. How can technology, the same AI, which actually solved one of the problems that was demonstrated, can take up a challenge around healthcare? It's one opportunity that I really see that is in front of us. So the other point is that when we come to the entities like we have people from 16 years to 62 years as the founders range. So age no bar. Really, it is about the idea. It is about the problem that you want to solve and the technology that you want to pick and adopt. These are the ones that exist in front of us. You just need to walk in and build on it, and we provide a lot of support from ideation stage till you are able to raise funds. So one of the motto we carry is we want to create job creators rather than job seekers. I'm sure all of us, each one of us, immediately want that. be the case. So there is tremendous opportunity. Of course, there are challenges, but very confident if we have delivered UPI and COVID, I'm sure UHI and many more would follow. So, I can only wish good luck.
You've been in this, entrepreneurial ecosystem space for quite some time now. And, you've seen a lot of people come in, try to put up their startups, and you've been with the incubators. You're an angel investor yourself, right? What is the message that you would perhaps give? Because you've seen a lot of people come and try, and some succeed, some perhaps fail, right? What is it that you see? What is the message that you would want to give if somebody wants to get into this AI space? It's quite nascent now, let's say the level. It's still a level playing field for now. What is the message that you would give them from your experience working with different startups?
What is AI use cases for different societal use cases, right? And I kept noticing the first 10 were always US case cases, UK case cases, or in a few cases, somewhere in Australia. The Indian cases were the 30th or 40th number. I started counting after the third or fourth search. So any use case that we develop here will have to be for that kind of database and with a diverse database. Let me take a simple example. The government is developing something for languages in India, right? One of the best use cases somebody suggested was that we can use it for translating government documents, government information into easily accessible to women, entrepreneurs and any other entrepreneurs across the board, right? So you can access, let's take for an example, agripreneur, right? If the agripreneur has information that they require for doing their business, in Telugu that data will not be available easily. That information is not available easily simply because he has typed in the data, searched to 10 different websites. Half of them will not be, my Telugu is not that great, but even I can make out that translation is little off. And you have such, if the simple language translation can be made so that the person in the last mile of India can get that, understand the skill and apply for that skill. That's the best use case we start with now, right? Simple things like the Right to Information Act. Why should there be one person sitting somewhere in some office making that decision? There is in fact a startup is working on that anywhere in India you can put in the information and the AI tool answers the question. You don't have an AI officer having to answer the question. Believe me, most of the time the AI officer has got many other things to do and he's not interested in replying to the RTI officer. So let there be an AI tool that's building that. Simple things like this we can build and execute it. The UPIs and UHIs we have the big technicians doing it, but let's have some startups with legal, agri, health, education. Taking off from what Sujit said, there is telemedicine that's being talked about, right? One of the reasons it's not working is because there is enough data around women health. And most of the time, the women health is the last priority in the family. The data sets around that is not available. One of the entrepreneurs that I'm working with is trying to develop data for women around menstrual health, right? And that, she's developing data. She's not talking about building AI on top of it. Right now, she's just developing the data. Can we, with different, sorry to disappoint the many, not all women are the same. We have different health problems and different issues, and different genetic compositions lead to different issues. So, if a person is suffering from a certain type of disease in Telangana, the same disease will not occur in Nagaland. Can we therefore have the data for each place? And that's something that a startup is working on. Can you build the data sets? Indian data sets will be very different from foreign data sets. And please, if you can have startups which are giving data, there's money to be made there too. Because Meta and Google are not really sharing data with us.
I hope nobody minds. We are going to create these data sets. In fact, this data set is going to become open source. Right? We're just working on a licensing model to create and release this. And I was talking about, some sort of attribution should go back to people who have contributed to this. Right? And this was not built by one company. This was not built by a few engineers. This was built by tens of thousands of people coming in together to contribute data sets. In fact, for the next few months, This is the focus of Swecha. We are going to be releasing a lot of data sets from agriculture to healthcare, all of this stuff. But I'll come back to this because there's a lot more questions about data. For example, all of you are mentioning this. If I'm a hospital, why should I share my data? What am I getting out of it? But we'll come back to this. We'll come back to this in a bit. But I'll go to Raj. Raj, as a CTO of one of these very few firms, it is that I know of, which is really working on AI ML projects, product services. Can you give us an example, or have you seen projects where AI is being used to solve societal problems, where AI not just SORAS and this activity, but something that can directly solve a social problem? Have you experienced anything like that? Any projects like that would you like to share with us now?
One thing I want to say is, see, like, social problems are everywhere. So we have one customer in the US. What they do is they work in the providing jobs from the low healthcare jobs. So these jobs are mostly from the Mexicans or the blacks or low poor, right? They basically take up the jobs, cleaners, janitors, things like that. Right? So what they said is, this company does a job screening for all the employees for healthcare companies to hire such workers. The problem here is when you plan these interviews, so the guy is so poor, he doesn't know how to come to your office, he doesn't have commute, he cannot come at the right time. And when he comes, the interviewer will not be there. So it's a big challenge to make sure that the interviewer and interviewer are both present when the interview has to take place. It's a real societal problem, right? Referred in other interviews. So what we said is, okay, you can give an opportunity where you can do the interview at home, right? You will go to a web, there will be questions and an answer. These answers are not like ABCD, right? They are like interpreting how somebody thinks to. So somebody says that, what will you do if you find a difficult patient? So there are different ways, right? I'll talk to them, or I'll ask my manager, I'll talk to my peers. There are so many ways you can judge on how a person reacts to a problem. So what we have done for this particular stuff is, we have from the interviewer the list of 10, 15 points that somebody can say when this kind of question is asked. What we simply did is we created a recording. The user simply records his response for that. We simply do a semantic matching thanks to the tools we have, and we do without them really match, and we get the information back to the interviewer. So the interview process is done quickly. So what I believe is wherever technology can help the poor make a difference, it will really help. One final thing I really want to say is, when I see all these LLM, the way I see them is, there are different small tools. Some tools can convert voice to text. Some tool can translate text to another language. Some tool knows how to get information from documents. Some other knows how to get data from SQL. The beautiful part is unlike, see, everybody uses chatbot now. Chatbot was like 10 years back also. I had a lot of time with chatbot because never will understand the intent of the person. So those chatbots used to be, you go to the bank, select one for savings bank, select two for checking account. It is like your mobile phone only. Why? Because you don't understand how to interpret that. But now, thanks to ChatGPT, whatever you ask the question, it understands your intent. And based on it, knows what to do. And of course, we do a lot of work behind the scenes to train the model so that all scenarios, all prompts it works. So I encourage all the youngsters here to basically use all these tools to solve different problems. When you have this set of 10 or 15 ways to solve a problem, like Praveen, like you said, any problem that we have, any challenge we have, we can think about how to bring all these tools together to solve a problem. Thank you.
It's not that we don't have the data. Data is there, but in different silos. For example, hospitals, let's say one of these big corporate hospitals, but they have lots of Embark data already available. But they are in silos. Everybody has their own thing. And in fact, Raj is also mentioning a little bit earlier. People have their own 5G deployments right now. There's a lot of data that's being carried, but inside a silo. In edge cloud deployment, where the data is in a silo, right? What do you think? How do you think we can actually, break these silos? And I know there's a policy aspect to it, right? But what can be done? What could perhaps be an incentive for, let's say hospitals to begin with, right? To start saving some of this data, because I know that there's a lot of potential positive outcomes that can come out of that, from early detection of cancers to all of this stuff, somebody, I think you can get different perspectives on the same thing. Who would like to go first? Yeah.
Hyderabad has the highest number of research institutes after Delhi. Delhi is mostly administrative, but Hyderabad has the highest number of research institutes. These are central government, these are state government research institutes. And they have a huge amount of data sitting with them. So let's take an example of hospital data that we talked about. There is an organization called CCMB, right? Center for Molecular Biology. They have been trying to collect disease-related data and other kind of data. They have been trying to collect it. One thing, if we can just have a policy, a way of getting that data to them, they can then democratize that data. So there's one person who is in charge of all the data for medical. Then we can, so the way NCPI was created, can we have the central research institute which have the capability of managing the data, which understand use case of data, because data is not just about having a data, it's understanding how it can be used and how that can impact ethical, non-ethical, all of that consideration. But if we can have a central agency which is using it, and the people, scientists who understand how the data can be used and received, then those can become the basis of having all the data. And make it mandatory for sharing the data. If the banks have to share my financial data, somebody can as well share my health data. So, it's very possible. That data can be, in a way, not be very personal, but you can at least have the data in terms of, let's say, a female so age has this is the genetic makeup. You don't have to have my name and my phone number attached. So that can be sent out. I think that could start working there.
The hospitals or clinics are the custodians, have a fiduciary responsibility to hold the data. They do not have the authority on it because we give the consent to them to for the data storage and processing, etc. I think I'm sure it's not something what I'm saying is new. They understand it. I think so that's where the policy needs to come in to help everybody come on to the same page so that the data sharing starts happening. It is not monetized but anonymized, what she was talking about, so that everybody starts using it the way it was done in UPI. I think that is something that is already happening. I'm sure the professor will cover that at some point. That's the way forward.
The data is ours and ours, but are they actually really acting as field or custodians, or they hospitals like to believe that they are holding the data? What is there some policy on this? How do you see this?
So Meta has released a open source model called massively multilingual speech, and the model can ID 4,000 languages, and it can do speech to text for 1,100 languages. So what was the data set to do that? Because when you start talking about 1,100 languages, many of the languages are resource poor languages. That means there is no digital corpora to achieve. What is the example of resource high language? It is French. So thanks to the Canadian government, every single government document in Canada mandatorily had to be translated from English to French by very high quality translators and be publicly available. So the first language where we had very high fidelity between English, between the two languages of translation was English and French. So, but then there is the other end of the problem statement, which is very low resource languages. So for these 1,100 languages, for most languages, the only text that was available was the Bible, and they got a human to read the Bible, and then they trained the model on that single recording. Yeah? And it made reasonably good speech-to-text software. High error rate, obviously, because there is no corpora, but even 60%, 70% accuracy is a good job for the first cut. So, let's take another example. There is a non-profit in Bangalore called Agami. They have a project called Open Nyai. They have created a chatbot for domestic violence, so the women can ask questions about legal remedies. If you look at the question-answer pair that they had used to create the RAG pipeline before the model, it's only 300 questions and answers. And behind it, they are using some generic language model to make it into sentences and to respond to the context you're asking and so on. So again, you want to make a very powerful project, doesn't take so much data. It's only 300 question answer pairs, you will arrive at the project. So there is a lot of work for us to do in India, which has which doesn't need to wait at all for data. We just need to be very clear what is the performance we are interested in, what is the application we are interested in, and then we can quickly move to all of that. And I wanted to break the seriousness a little bit here. I think everybody is talking about very serious use cases of AI. I wanted to share two use cases which I think are useful for us. Munshi Premchand's stories are now in the public domain. They're free of copyright. So it is possible to have the story translated using a variety of open source AI systems or even proprietary to any other language, maybe Kannada, and then a Kannadiga farmer or a Kannadiga person who is illiterate can hear Dr. Rajkumar, his favorite film star, read Munshi Premchand's story to him and he can enjoy literature. So that's one application which we should all be very excited about, provided the children of Dr. Rajkumar allow us to use the personality rights of Dr. Rajkumar for that application. And then the other story or the question that I keep asking everybody is, what percentage of Indian homes do you think own a personalized piece of art? So suppose in the good old days, a king wanted a portrait of himself painted. Only kings and queens had that kind of art in their home. You could potentially go to a cyber cafe if the cyber cafe owner is savvy, and they could use a model to render your grandmother or grandfather's photo in the style of Raja Ravi Varma or Amrita Shergill, and you can print it and put it in your house for about 100 rupees. This technology chain is already available to us. And imagine the profound way, because even if you estimate that 10% of Indian homes don't have this art, I suspect it is much more. My suspicion is much more. That 10% is hundreds of millions of people, and this will be a profound contribution to the quality of their lives, which is not serious, like medicine and many other serious topics that we're also talking here. Because I believe the fun part of AI is going to be very exciting, and that part also should be open.
I want to add something funny here. Right? My mother is almost 88 years old, so she can go and buy sarees she buys for all the others and all sarees and all everywhere. So she started looking at this video things, WhatsApp and all, where people show there is a shop owner, he keeps on showing the sarees and all, she'll be watching them, all those things. So I was thinking something like this, right? So UPI, for example, has made it so easy for anybody to buy from anywhere, right? So now so many people have been able to start from the house selling sarees, selling things and all. Obviously, AI can, what you said, can be applicable. My mom can probably see the saree and see how the saree looks on her, how it looks on the person she's trying to buy, right?
Why people hesitate to share, and why whatever available data we can train the model and be successful. I think that the underlying question or underlying thing is the quality of the data. That is the most important, because of the just with 300 question and answers, a relatively good model that you build. Now, the fundamental thing is quality of data, but in order to get the quality of the data from any person, any organization, or even from, like, somebody asks my data, I want clarity of usage. That's the main premise. If I know why that data which I am sharing is going to be used, how it will be used, clarity of usage, where it will be deployed. One of the important aspects is the policy always kind of trails behind the innovation. Okay. And today, if we go to any application, the main once you sign up, the main disclaimer says that, are you ready to share your data? It might be used somewhere in some context. Another thing, there is no clarity in terms of how that will be used. That is the reason which I will be very much hesitant to share any of the data. So the first aspect in terms of policy making is to bring the clarity of usage. Once the clarity of usage has been stated, even though there is not a strict legal law which has been established, people will be willing to trust the system because there is a usage which is being on
already stated there. So quality data and clarity on the usage are the fundamental two aspects which we need to really empower everybody. And that is one of the fundamental challenges in order to really make the AI for everyone. Okay. And that is going to be one of the first challenges, and that's where the technologists, academia, and the students need to have a platform to interact. And one of the reasons behind the slowness of growth, slowness in terms of adoption, is the mentorship. When I interact with students as a part of my social responsibility to raise awareness on AI with a lot of students, what I feel is the environment where somebody can really ask any question without any reservation, okay, and then seek answers for that in a very secure way. That is missing. That's where we need to have a platform of mentorship without hesitation to create awareness of how the data will be used, where it will be used, what will be deployed. And one of the only forum that can enable this is the open source forum. Because open source doesn't promise any employment. But one thing open source promises is the deployment. That's the fundamental importance of open source. Once you promise what you're going to deploy, then people will trust you and then people will be ready to stay there.
Absolutely. In fact, all of this stuff that we're doing is proof of that, right? You know, to the fun part, like the Chandamama Kadalu, it's not the equivalent of the Munshi Premchand stories, but these are stories that we all grew up in. You know, Surendra was saying the same thing. There's a huge cultural connect to all of this. It's a fun day that we had, in 6 hours, 10,000 students proofread around 30,000 stories that then fit into this small language model. Even the voice collection propels activity was a fun part, right? No, yes, sure. There are going to be a lot of fun projects, but I'll have to go back to serious questions again. I have two questions for all of them, and probably relevant to all of us over here. Two questions for each of you. Same question, different perspectives. I know we are at the fag end of this discussion. First question is, in your opinion, what should happen? What should we do to ensure that we are the AI capital of the world? Okay, and one message to all of us over here. Everybody is here for the AI days, so I'm guessing everybody is here because they want to learn and become successful in AI. Right? So what's one message that you want all of us to take away, and one thing that you think should happen, or one thing for us to become the AI capital, whichever way you want to go? AI days gives me a kind of impression we are just few days away from the elections as well. Okay, so. This request, if you wanted to become AI capital of the world, AI capital of leaders in the world, information is out there available. So go and use the best intuitive way of using AI. Understand your constituency, understand your leaders, understand your representatives, blog about them, share your tweets on them, and then make that as the most relevant topic, because the AI adoption is all about the relevance and the context. If we approach any problem with the relevance and the context, I think it will be the first starting step to be called as leader in that space. So my request or my message is, just 2 days away, we're going to elect new leaders to use the AI to the best ability and share your story, how you use AI to really understand the problems of your constituency and the representation of the leaders, what they are promising, are they relevant or they context based.
I think that would help you pick it off well. It doesn't matter whether you are an entrepreneur, founder, or a student, or somebody who's looking for a great job opportunity. I think what you need to do is where you want to go and what you really want to achieve is what you need to keep in mind, especially for entrepreneurs or would be try and identify the problem and solve it. For AI capital, in fact, I'm sure we are all aware that we are now $4 trillion economy. World is coming to India for market access. So if we can solve for data issues, the world will come for data as well. Just to let you know, in fact, US has got roughly about 30 foundational models, is what I read somewhere. India has got none. I think small countries like Israel or some of these, I'm not talking about China, have got probably 2 or 3 big large language models, foundational models. So there's a huge opportunity for us to build on, and of course we have got 2 great organizations that are offering open source capabilities as well. So these are the areas to look into for to respond to those. See, the IT guys never understand business, Same way, AI guys never understand customers or society. So first thing I would say is, okay, we are in colleges, schools, we learn algorithms, we learn data structures, right? We get a job, at least we know how to use the tools, how to solve. So at least in the initial days, we learn how problems are being solved, right? How to change the hairstyle of a person, how to change the dress of a person, how to write a nice article, right? My daughter does all her BB assignments using ChatGPT, right? So I'm worried about that also. So my thought process is, we need to go into business or go into society to understand what the challenges are. I think it is rightly said in the morning call by professor. So we need to understand where technology can make a difference, right? There are many technologies that have to come through. I see GenAI is just one of them. I was just talking to Praveen earlier. Even big enterprises, like when we want to work with ports or airlines, they also have these big challenges. They don't have the reliable network bandwidth to use technology in ports like sensors and cameras and all. They can't. So what is happening now with new technologies like private 5G? They are issued a bandwidth. So what I'm saying is, in technologies, players, everybody has to come and create an environment where the business problem can be solved. My earnest request to all the people is, maybe you should go and work with companies, say that you want to work on business kind of problems using AI. So get familiarized with it. So when different solutions, different problem comes, at least we know how to approach. Thank you.
I agree with you when I say when you said that people don't know where to look for problems. They seem to have solutions first, and they don't have. Then they, half the time they come to us saying, "I have a fantastic product, no market, no funding." So my simple submission is, the solution is fantastic only if there is a market. Now, coming to that, the one thing that I think India can do for AI, for any data set or any modeling, any IT that we can do, is how can we model it for the last person? Whether it is look at agri supply chain, right? We've not even thought. If you look at the way the world is looking at agri with AI, you combine the two, the things that you get is precision farming, you get things like commodity price management and things like that. In India, right now, the farmer is not, with 1 acre of land, is not really worried about how much commodity should I produce, at what price should I produce so that I can sell it. Because he's seen his labor, he's making putting tomatoes, I'll also put tomatoes. Because last year he sold well, I'll also sell it this year well. But can you then have models which can, the tomato that guy is producing, where is it going? 40% of Indian food is wasted. The production that we do is wasted. Can we build models for post-harvest? Everybody is building models for pre-harvest. Models for post-harvest. Where should the cold chain be? We can have mobile cold chain storages, but where should they be when the harvest happens? Right? That's one use case. Taking another use case, let's look at traffic data. India, one of the biggest problems in most cities in India is traffic. And please somebody find a solution where there are no U-turns. My everyday morning commute is, how do I find a road to go where there is no new U-turn to it? So the same traffic management data that we have can solve for ambulances, which is the best route for the ambulances to take. The same data can be used for preventing accidents, predicting accidents and preventing that. So the same data can be used for lots of small things which can then be impacted in smaller towns, smaller villages and things like that. Think of solutions that can be So like UPI, which is mass, which is scalable, which is everywhere to the last person it can go to. You build models in India for that. You have best case scenarios here. Then it can be deployed anywhere in the world. So that's my submission to this.
I think it is solved. Only Bangalore is an NP hard problem. I don't think anybody can ever, solve that. Right? Anybody from Bangalore? No. There are some people. I'm sure it's an NP hard. I think for me it's an NP hard problem. So,
Shall I? Okay, so I'll come at this. I think the other panelists have covered the question rather comprehensively. So I'll take a slightly different approach. I think some of us here are part of what we call the free software or open source software movement. It's a community of people that use or build free and open source software. But that is just one of the many openness movements. There are many other openness movements. And the problem with AI, exactly as we had during the inaugural ceremony, is that it's a dual-use technology. It comes with some risks. Just like electricity. Electricity, even today, comes with very significant risks, but also very, very useful technology for us as the human species. So, whenever anybody is selling you some technology, they will make some claims about the risk. It is risky this way, or it is risky that way. But how can you believe those claims? The only way you can believe the claim is if it follows what is called an open science paradigm. That means the software should be open source, the training data set should be available under open data license, the full documentation of what you have done should be published under an open access scholarly paper. And that is why I would slightly resist this point that India has no foundational models. Because many of these foundational models, they are even if they are proprietary models, they are released alongside with a paper, which will explain the model. You should just go and look at the names of the authors in those papers. You will see many, many Indians. So India as a country may not have built models, but Indians have definitely built some of these key foundational models, including Llama 2. We have Indian authors building them. So what should you do to be part of this open science movement? Because that is the critical moment if you want to solve the data problem. According to DST, Department of Science and Technology, and Department of Biotechnology, they have an open access policy. That means every year they give $0.85 billion to Indian researchers as grants. But the expectation is, once you do the research should be published under open access license. That is the expectation. All we can as citizens say to these professors, please also release the data set. So that in the tradition of replicability of science, some other scientists can also repeat the process and check whether your scientific claims are correct. If there is a culture of releasing data sets in India by state governments, by scientists, then these data sets will be available for us to do other things. There will be a culture of open data sets being broadly available. So I encourage each one of you, because this $0.85 billion of research is your money. The intellectual property that has been created by that is licensed to you mandatorily by government policy. You own that, you're a custodian of that IP, push that IP in a further open direction, which is going to help all of us secure this leading position on AI technology.
Since you brought it up, I think it's a pet peeve of ours, but let's take this as a challenge. Open access journals, the Elseviers and the Singers of the world charge thousands of dollars just to publish one piece of paper. Per page is I think approximately $100 or beyond for any open access journal. The problem is there needs to be scopus indexing and all of that stuff. Can we today, take a stance, say that we are going to come up with our own open access journal, not relying on Elseviers and the Singers of the world, but we also at some point get into the scopus as well, because you can't start with a scopus in the journal.
I mean, we need not be obsessed with journals, at least for some domains like AI.
Scopus is the problem.
Because some of the best papers in AI are not in journals. They are outside
conferences. No, it is something that I think we should go for the next 1 year.
Yes.
We can actually come up with our own peer-reviewed conference, proceedings, which are open access, and that is a huge thing, because even if you are the author right now, you can't even go and look at your own paper. That is something that we should definitely work towards. Open science, open source software. If you want India to become the AI capital without any of this stuff, it's absolutely impossible. Let's work together on that. So it's an open call to everybody over here. Let's work together. Create an open access system, open access conference. Alright, so we have come to the end of it. I have a small message to give to all of you as well. While we are talking about AI, associated all the serious topics, as Sunil said, I have a slightly more fun thing to say. How do I make AI the capital? Us as the AI capital is first of all by letting the word go out. AI this, AI for society. My request is how many of you are on LinkedIn over here? So we should perhaps do this. Can we tag hashtag AI days? What do we do? Maybe we just go back to the previous session. There was a e story, right? It had brought out different emotions in all of us. Some of you felt proud, some of you felt, oh, this is good, inspired, whatever it is. Maybe we can do this. I watched, put the link to the story. At AI days, hashtag AI days. All of us, I see more than 1,000, 1,500 people in the auditorium. All of us together, can make a big bang. Right? Put out, post on LinkedIn. Say, what's the story? Hashtag AI days 2024. Put out the emotion, whatever you have felt. Okay? And then nominate 3 of your friends, each of us. I know this goes back to that, ice bucket challenge, but maybe, sorry, we're not doing this on Facebook any longer. But we'll perhaps do this on LinkedIn. Okay. Just because Surendra is sitting closer to me, right? We'll do this on LinkedIn maybe. Okay. Why don't we do that? Hashtag AI days. There's a good photo booth outside. We can take a photo over there, post it on your LinkedIn. Bhavneet was saying in the morning, you don't feel ashamed to ask for appreciation, promotion. I think we should appreciate all of us. This is a huge thing. I see a lot of energetic faces over here. Why don't we do that? Take a photo over there or something. Put it on LinkedIn, say that watch this at hashtag AI days. Sahiti will kill me if I don't get the correct hashtag, which is I'm not saying it out. Sahiti, AI days? Hashtag, see, Naveen is already ready to kill me. Hashtag AI for society, please also hashtag AI days. I think this is one way. These sort of conferences will actually allow us to become the AI capital. I don't think there is ever another conference like this where lots of people, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, Google, everybody come in. Talk about all of these things. We have the entrepreneurial ecosystem. We have people who are really working on AI projects, and we have the open source community, which is creating all of these things. So, they're already bored of looking at my face. So, what I will do is, I thank all of you. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
A person, who needs no introduction, but again, please allow me to introduce Dr. Jaideep Ganguly, not a physician, because we have a lot of other doctors as well today.
We are going to cover 50 plus years of work in 20 minutes. So we'll be flying by decades in minutes actually. But I want to leave with you, there's so much of hype and talk about AI. Some of it is good, some of it is not so good, that I wanted to take the opportunity to walk you through from the very early days, how it all started, because I happened to be there at MIT with when all of these things were happening with Macy and Papert and everybody else. And since then, what we are doing today is very, very different. And my first observation would be that I would urge you to consider that we don't know what intelligence is. So before we say something is artificial, we need to know what is the real stuff. If you talk to neurologists, and I am not a physician, I have deep interest in these subjects, so I study the brain. As time passes, my knowledge is skin deep, but I'll talk to you about how the brain functions for you to understand how our neural nets do today to let you decide for yourself how the brain works, how neural nets work, how LLMs work. There's a lot of excitement because it does some amazing stuff, and that should tell you the future years are definitely in this space. But we don't know exactly what that path is. That I want to caution you. But this is the most exciting area because the fields of neuroscience, quantum computing, machine learning are eventually going to converge, as you will see. So without more, so let me start with this, the first slide. Now where do I point? Yeah, if you can see in the next slide. This doesn't seem to work. Okay. Yeah, it's working, sorry. Yeah. So, the mid-80s to almost the end of 2000, almost, was all the era of what I call knowledge-based systems, logic. Somebody would put in the rules by hand, craft it, and the machine will get smarter and smarter, and eventually it will behave like a doctor, it will behave like everything, like the humans would not be needed. There was the fifth generation project of Japan, many of you may know this. None of this really happened. So there were projects at almost any university, which everybody was working in this space, and they did produce some remarkable systems. For example, some of you would know the IBM's Watson. I personally was fascinated by Maxima. I don't know how many of you know, because whenever I struggled with math, I would go to Maxima and ask it to solve that problem for me. So whether it's Bessel functions or anything, it sort of did expanded and simplified solutions for partial differential equations. So it was a lazy man's way of solving math problem. And this technology, ability to deal with symbols, reason, primarily through two mechanisms, forward chaining and backward chaining. Forward chaining was very much prevalent in Carnegie Mellon. They came up with languages like OXPY. MIT came up with Lisp as language for symbol processing. We used to call it my friends used to call it lots of imitating single parentheses. Because Lisp was famous for its first brackets. And then there were people in Europe mostly were into propositional logic like Kolmogorov and others who like to believe that logic, first order predicate calculus will solve everything, and that gave rise to the languages like Prolog. And for almost 2 decades, people thought this was AI, and it is not today. So all of us who did our PhDs in this era, and there were so many of them, we are pretty much obsolete because none of this really is out there. Now, around way back, 1959, Arthur Samuel was given, he was basically a mathematician at Bell Labs who came up with this idea of machine learning. And his idea was very simple. You put some data, put some model, and it will sort of crunch it and produce some answer, and effectively the machine will learn. That's what machine learning is, and linear regression and other forms of algorithms like Bapnik support vector machines, a little bit more mathematical. They were all in this field, but they were basically, it was like a statistical approach, you would say. It's really not intelligence, if you ask me. It's some data you go in and you crunch some numbers, and eventually it comes up with the optimal model. So that was that era. And then the math behind, I want you to be patient and not sort of be irritated by these very simple equations. Machine learning is pretty much one equation. It is some objective function, which is in this case is an error. Some model, the equation one is a model, a very simple linear model. You run some positive, what we call convex function, because it will always converge, and you keep on crunching and minimize, and eventually you will get an answer. And this is how the gradient descent, that as you start up with unknowns, theta 0, theta 1, which you don't know what they are, x1, x2, you keep observing, y1 you observe, you keep doing it. If you go back to your school days when you fitted a line with a bunch of points, you minimize the error. It's a very simple elementary arithmetic, and that's all that's working in neural nets. You'll see that later. Now, interestingly, and I'll always go back to the brain actually functions like that. It does backward propagation. But let's wait for that slide to see why that is not that simple. But there is obviously a way when we make decisions. If you look at the brain, by the way, very complicated thing. There's a prefrontal cortex, there is amygdala, there is hippocampus, it's a zoo, 80 billion cells. So each part of them actually function differently. And here we have a very, very simplistic model which says we are going to regress through this and find a model. So that's the beginning of the machine learning. And not everything is a number. Sometimes it's binary, yes and no. So there we tweak this a little bit to this formula, and for people like what little bit into mathematics, will immediately realize that we get to something called log likelihood to force the answer to between 0 and 1. So it's very elementary stuff really. That's all there is to it in the world of ML. Either of these two equations are working, whether it's neural networks, whether it is GPT, whether it is reinforcement learning, whatever you say, machine learning is only classification. Don't forget this one statement. ML is classification, classification, classification. When I say 10 words, what's the next word? It is one word out of the dictionary, which is typically 2000 words that we use. So it's a classification. 2000 classes, you pick one class. GPT, same story. Decision trees, same story. So ML is classification. ML is not intelligence. Okay? Now, let's proceed forward. This is the first part of our discussion. And we come into some very elementary concepts. Obviously, you have to do correct fitting. Some of the words are like overfitting, underfitting. Means that if the model is too simplistic, it will do an underfit. You're trying to fit a circle with maybe just a straight line. Obviously, it's an underfit. Overfit, you get it. You're trying to force a solution. Now, we don't know these parameters. We don't know how many features we need. So how do we know what to be fit? And that discussion will come back to this in the world of GPT and LLM and see how this has become such a huge problem. So the one thing that now at this point we know that an elementary linear model with some kind of objective function that you want to minimize, you will run into one of these issues. Either it's an overfit or it's an underfit. What's an overfit? Well, you have a cubic function and you are trying to fit something which is an 8th order or 10th order. And you can do that because you have so much data. And the reverse is what? You have actually a parabola and you want to fit a straight line. The problem is you don't know. The machine doesn't know what that curve is. So, and this will become, I'm spending a minute here because you'll understand how this takes shape in GPT. How that becomes a formidable problem in generative AI. Most of people are overwhelmed with generative AI, but that will come back to haunt you in the world of generative AI, this particular slide. Now, next is the last slide, which is mathematical. I promise you there's only one. That machine learning, I said, it's all about classification. So not everything is continuous. There are groups of things. So way back, Claude Shannon, everyone would know him. He came up with the concept of entropy. And what that really means is that if there is order in the system, entropy will be low. It's a thermodynamic concept actually. It's kind of common sense. There's a lot of, like for example, if you don't know anything what's going to happen tomorrow, that means there is no probability of, you really can't say anything with any probability. That means there's a lot of entropy. It may rain, it may not rain, it may flood, it may not flood. So nothing is known. So there's total chaos. That concept is Shannon's entropy. It's typically used in something called a pre-log Q format. What the name is after the gentleman. Very simple concept, Hilbert-Liebert divergence. That you pick a model and you see that formula that you last line and you see how it matches with your reality. See the divergence. If the divergence is 0, that means you got it right. If the divergence is huge, that means your model is not good enough and you keep iterating. Why do you need this? This you need in those classes of problems where it's classification. So we end phase 1 of, I talked about the decision tree. We talked about regression. So you now need to come up with decision trees. Because that's another, we call decision trees also as artificial intelligence. At least we used to claim that once upon a time. Now, many of you would have played with XGBoost. It's a beautiful algorithm, very simple one, works great. If it is like 10 or 12 lines of parameters and very simple code, less than a page, works wonderfully. And all it does, it does something like this. If I'm tracking soccer games and I want to make sure that how do I structure them, the tree, do I group them by the teams when they play in the morning, or do I group them they play in the morning in the local
what they call home and away. How do we group them so that the information comes out very, very lucidly? And that's where we apply this entropy constant. The formulas that you saw there, you would like to come through these very elementary numbers and come up with an information gain, what they call, and see the one that has the highest information gain, you would want to organize your tree, your so-called tree that you see in Excel or anything in this format. So classical AI stops here. It comes into using regression, some model, and classification. So that's the end of 20 years of work. And obviously there's a lot more, but I think you get the sense. Then we move on to the world of neural nets, which will lead you to LLM. The neural nets, around 2000, when Hinton showed in the ImageNet conference the beauty of the CNN algorithm, and Hinton is actually credited to this gradient descent algorithm and the variations of that, and showed that the enormous capability of machines to recognize images. And it did a pretty good job. I mean, it could tell varieties of cats, varieties of dogs. And you will see later that while this was very nifty, it took enormous computing power to recognize. The amount of training that had to be done is mind-boggling. Now, but then that spawned a great interest in machine learning through neural nets. And today, for example, when you use Alexa or when you use Netflix, you will see all these neural nets making recommendations for you. So all of that is powered by the so-called deep learning. This is interesting because by the time in the late 70s, 80s, it was completely discredited initial and then kind of came back. And now, all of you know this neural net stuff. I captured it in one slide, very elementary stuff. What you see here on the sigma sign is that a bunch of inputs are coming in, and theta 0 to theta 1 are the weights. You multiply them and apply a function, and I'll come to why we have that function. That function is given below. It looks like a S-curve. There are three of them: sigmoid, hyperbolic, and rectified linear. So essentially, it's a threshold. So when you multiply all those summations and you pass to that function, it crosses the threshold, then you get the next value. If it doesn't cross the threshold, it doesn't. And it propagates. So you have this incredibly complicated network. And again, you do the gradient descent that I talked about earlier. And all of you are probably familiar with it. You don't even really need to know. Most of the software will do it for you. And you crunch backward, the weights will get adjusted. And that's a neural net. Now, does it converge? Nobody knows. Actually, in many cases, it doesn't. And why doesn't it converge? Because most of the time, the optimization for those of you who are mathematicians will immediately recognize it's a local maxima or local minima. So it's like saying I went to see the to the Mount Everest, but I landed up in Nainital and I didn't see any other peak higher than me. I can't see anything. So I concluded I'm at the highest peak when you're not. So that's the problem of this approach. And people try to solve it. We'll talk about it a little. But I want to spend a few minutes to understand this slide and the next slide. So what you see here as the sigmoid function is the activation function in the brain that once the threshold is fed into that function. If it crosses, only will it go to the next neuron. Otherwise, it is 0. And so, how do you know what the thetas are? You don't. You just throw in some random numbers, and then you run experiments to see what it produces. It's completely supervised. Does it give the answers that you see? And that's exactly how LLM works, by the way. If it doesn't, you start changing the weights again. How do you change the weights? When you change the weights by the good old chain rule of differentiation. Remember that anything that I've talked in math here, you probably have done in grade 11. Probably earlier, I don't know, these days probably they teach it in class 2, I don't know, but given our competition. But this is the beginning of the math and pretty much all that is used. But here lies the problem. This is what the brain is. Now I have a deep interest in the brain. So I am not a physician. I know very little. So with that caveat, I will tell you how the brain works. What you look at the nucleus, that's a neuron. And neurons are connected to the next neurons by axons. In the axon, you see there's a junction between the two neurons where you see the synapse which is blown up there. The synapse is the Greek word which means a gap. It is not a continuous connection. So first thing you should understand in neural nets is if a signal is 1 and if it crosses the threshold, the next neuron thinks it's 1 multiplied by the weight. The next one goes on. So the signal will travel entirely. The only way you can flip on and off is a sigmoid function which simply says, is it going through or not? It's almost like a gate. It's not almost, it is a gate. That's not how the brain functions. The brain, the axon is the brain, the first part, the axon is an electrical signal. The electrical signal that comes to the synapse stops at the electrical signal because there is no connection. It cannot go forward. Understand the neural net and why LLMs. All of this is coming from this. And if anybody is a neurologist here will immediately jump and say, will be excited at this. What happens when the electrical signal comes at the synapse? The synaptic junction sends a chemical message. The chemical message is produced by the electrical signals by 1000 plus genes. There are 1000 plus genes right there in the signal. How do these electrical signals proceed? The electrical signals start by what is called an action potential because of the difference between sodium and potassium. Inside the neuron is potassium, outside is sodium. These sodium-potassium potential differences start the electrical signal. So anything that you see, anything that you do, anything that you hear, anything does is a result of this action potential. The entire brain, this is the zuban of the brain, it only says action potential. Now the problem is when the action potential goes to the synapse, how that signal will go out is not a single signal, it's a signal there on the right bottom there, all those fields. The very interesting thing about the brain is that the code that goes out is a sequence of signals. All of the signals are of the same height, amplitude, but the packing of the signals are different. The amount of information that is flowing out is enormously complex. There are people doing research on that, and I'll tell you how these researches are done. So our model of neuron is an extraordinarily simplistic model where it simply says a signal comes in, it goes out, but that's not what it is. When you hear a piece of music, first of all, your brain, we are making neural network the assumption that the neurons are uniform everywhere. That's not the case. The brain consists of distinct segments as what we know. The hippocampus, the hypothalamus, the amygdala, the prefrontal cortex. There are different parts of the brain. The brainstem is where all the chemical serotonin, dopamines are all generated from that. All of these things are used in the synapse to decide what kind of chemical signals are going. So you will immediately realize that this is a digital plus analog, whereas your neural network is completely digital. So neurologists will tell you what we have produced is more of a caricature, more of a toy, thinking that, oh, this is the brain. And neurologists don't even understand it, by the way. There are 80 billion neurons in the brain. 90% of the brain is water. 10% is actually used. Different parts of the brain are collaborating with different parts. So there is an objective function going on. We don't know. It's not that there's only one part of the brain that's doing the objective function. It's all over the place. We don't know which classes of neurons work together. The neurons differ. And now I think you will understand that the complexity and how this is different. There's a guy called Meganka Sur at MIT who does this, he's an electrical engineer. He does a lot of, I've been following him for a long time. He does work on understanding this, and the way he does that, he has instruments on photoluminescence and high-speed, studies on mice cells. So different parts of the brain lights up. There are videos out there you can see. So that's how he's sort of back calculating and saying which portions are working where, what are they doing, and is there a mathematical representation of that, right? So obviously this is way too complicated. And by the way, even before you go to the next step, there are people like Roger Penrose who believe it's not only these neurons and synapses, but actually consciousness and thinking is part of a lower level quantum processes in the brain's tubules, microtubules. So this is like quantum computing, and I don't even understand that. There's no way to tell it whether it's right or wrong. So obviously, one part is that the brain doesn't work the way, like neural nets. Even this description, according to Roger Penrose, he thinks that there is at a quark level, something has happened, quantum entanglement. If you really have to read his book, I think the book came out in 1999, and it's a viewpoint where he draws concepts from Gödel's incompleteness theorem, quantum computing, quantum physics and brain, and there are people like Max Tegmark who don't believe in it. So I just don't know. I mean, I'm an engineer. This is way too far out. We are not even here. So now you are here. Okay. Now let's continue. So what did the computer scientists do? Well, they did some hacks. We're good at hacks. We said we'll have RNNs. We are going to take the state from one to the other. Basically, all the weights will carry on to the next state. And then they realized, so this will be like you deal with sequences. Because earlier neural nets, I showed all the input coming together. Now it will come as sequences. But then we soon realized it doesn't converge. Many of you know RNNs don't converge. They have the problem of vanishing gradients or zero gradients. And so this was given up. Then we did more hacks. We said, okay, there's a smart guy in Germany. He said, you will know, this works actually pretty well. LSTM, long short-term memory, that will have some gates. We introduced self-state and said, we're going to tweak with the RNNs and force it to forget something and remember something and suit. And it worked for a limited, and for example, it's intuitive to you. If you say Ram met Sita, that makes sense. But Ram met Ram doesn't make sense, right? So I will force that through neural nets at a self state to force that whenever Ram meets Ram, no, that's not a valid sentence. So that kind of, basically common sense reasoning. But then also there's another branch of subject that popped up. We can't go into details. Reinforcement learning. A very, very important part of machine learning is reinforcement learning. RL is how I believe the brain works. Now there's different views of thought. Imagine a baby. A baby looks at 3 cats and recognizes the next one is a cat. A machine has to be trained with 1 billion images of cats, 1 million images of cats for it to recognize. So obviously something is very different happening. And the very different is happening is obvious also from the fact that the brain is very slow. A brain works at max 200 cycles per second. Mine probably works much less, but anyway. And a computer runs at gigahertz. Just imagine. But a baby is able to say a cat is a cat within, as soon as some neurons are developed in the head, very quickly. A computer, you keep feeding forever and it doesn't. Why is that? Because of the information content. The content that after the synapse what signal goes out is far more enriching information than what goes out of a neuron in a neural net. Remember, your brain is probably 1 kilo. 80 billion neurons in 1 kilo, which is less than 2% of your weight. Yet, it consumes 80% of what you eat, energy. Fascinating numbers. So, all the stuff that you eat, all the pizza, cokes that we eat is all going to fuel the brain, basically, right? And that's because the content of information that is created is of so high order. Whereas computers are basically doing very simplistic calculations again and again at a very high speed. That's the big difference. So now, we did some hacks and that worked, but then I'll move to the last part because we have time constraint, because this is the part where you probably are most interested in. All of that suddenly gave rise to the world of GPT. In 2017, this Google guy came up with a paper which caught my attention in 2017 itself because of its attention, with the title. I thought this is a really weird title for a paper. So it grabbed my attention. So I read it a couple of times. And then I found that actually in 2014, Benjo and one of his students, Benjo from, I think, NYU, and Badano had produced an earlier paper very similar in the context of translating languages, I think German, where they introduced this concept of, I'll come to that, but what did they try to solve? All of us know that this is a problem of machine learning language. You know, we went to the bank and learned that it's a bank empty account, after which we went to the river bank and cried. Now, a machine will be completely flummoxed, right? This is the problem of language. And that's why we talked about neural nets, that's why we talked about LSTMs. None of these really work. And people who worked on classical languages like Barbara Liskop and before that Chomsky, and both of them at MIT, they had a completely different approach to language. Suddenly the neural net guys came and said, LLM guys and came, we solved the problem. Did they? So let's look at that, because in these days, if you can't say GPT, you are not very smart, right? So we have to say GPT. So this is what GPT is. GPT introduced a few very interesting concepts, simple concepts, elementary concepts. The concepts are, these are the last 3 or 4 slides. After that, you'll be a master of GPT and LLM. And you will see that this is now democratized. Everybody in the world can build these things. It's not just big companies with, all you need is a lot of server machines. You have to also, earlier we talked about neural nets being fed data, then we said one after the other. Here they introduced the concept that I will provide positional embedding. That means, where do these nodes are? Where do these words walk? So we went to the river bank. Every word we went to the river bank in a set of bits will also encode where that word exists in relation to the others. So it's actually a positional embedding. For the first time, they introduced that. They copied a concept from good old databases. Query times key must give value. For anybody who's coming from the database world and a relational database will immediately recognize that query key value are nothing but database concepts. Query dot key must give me the value if I got them right. We'll see how that. Then they use the concept I'll talk about: attention, information prevention, and normalization and decoding. Very simple ideas. Let's see how this works or does not work. So first thing, the words that they come in now, they're coming serially. Words are not letters, words are embeddings. All of you know that. There's vector representations of some numbers. What we do, we create 3 arbitrary matrices, weights, neural nets, query, key, and value. What are the weightages of those? We don't know. Arbitrary. The idea is that if I do Q dot the input, whatever is coming in, it is a query representation of that same input. It's not the input, but the query representation. Bear with me for a second. I do that also for the key. Obviously, these are all wrong because your weights are wrong. You did the dot product, you got something, then you got Q and K. If you did a dot of those 2 matrix multiplications, you would get the value. Now, the value is also wrong, but hopefully they'll get trained. How will they get trained? So now, I have this embeddings coming in. I did the multiplication, and no, I don't do one representation Q, K, and V. I actually, V you don't create, V is generated. Q and K, I create 4, 8, multiple random matrices. Because you don't know what to start with, you create with multiple. So this is called multi-head attention. Why is it called attention? Query.key is the attention. How many of the K's and Q's do you do? 8 of them. Why did they do 8? Because that's what the Google guys started with. There's no reason. You did that, and then there's a technique for collapsing them to make them linear. Now you've got 8 results. Intuitively, it makes a lot of sense. If I tell a sentence, it's very hot today in Hyderabad, and if I ask the same question to 8 people or 10 people, their reactions will be different in their mind. There will be 10 interpretations, some of them similar, some of them not. So the language assessment of this sentence cannot be led by just one query and key, and that's essentially the idea, that we'll have multiple of those. And there are some very elementary matrix multiplications and coalescing of these that will result in one final output multi-head attention. And what that attention is actually very simple. It is you can clearly see, it's almost like a masking, I'll give an example after this, but also they did another nifty thing. They said after this query.key, they would add back the original positional embeddings back to it again, because and there's no mathematics behind it. Why? They just felt like. Because they would think they've lost the original positions of those words, what they meant. So while I have the intent captured, I'm again adding back the positional encodings, and then they do some normalizations, because this matrix has some big numbers, some are small numbers. So you normalize by standard deviation and mean, and add a little bit below that 0.001, because sometimes if it goes to 0, it will blow up. So you get a new matrix. So this is your multi-rate attention matrix, elementary math, right? You get a matrix like this. And if you stare at this matrix, when you play the Game of Thrones, you will see the diagonal is very high. Why? Because it's most relevant to itself. After the crunching of this KQ, when you do all this matrix, this is like the Sobel matrix in image recognition, filter rather. Here, you have the words which are most relevant will pop up and higher numbers, and that's your attention. So, for example, the word is pretty much 1 to itself, because the word is most relevant to itself. So, when you say play the Game of Thrones, you will say the word the is not so important, so it's mostly 0. But when you say, some word like game, when you play the Game of Thrones, you will see correlation between game and thrones, if your query and key were trained properly. So that idea is out there. And then what you do, the rest is very simple. After you do this stuff, what you do is, you take the Q and K from the decoding part of the story. Remember, this was the decoding part. We started off by saying the left part is decoding. Left part, that is decoding. Position and embedding, multi-rate attention, then again added a normalization. Now you got the Qs and Ks, which is fantastic. And then you take it to the other side and you're all done. You take it to the other side. Now you have to produce the next word. How do you do that? You simply mask the attention matrix to zeros of the words that you haven't seen yet. Repeat the same process. So basically what you do after that, you will crunch to this number. Okay, I'll just stop here and take some questions, but essentially right at that step, after you got the K's and Q's and you did the dot product and produced a value and did the same old stuff again here, and eventually at the last layer, you are still doing a softmax, which is picking a word, a statistical most relevant word, and so you now see that there goes your intelligence. It's at the end of it as a statistical machine, and it picks up a word. So you feed Wikipedia, it reads one after the other the words. After reading 10 words, it predicts the next 11th word. As long as it gets it right, it continues. If not, it goes back in iterations and keeps on changing. This, by the way, at this point is billions and billions of parameters with so many neural nets all over the place. And so eventually they'll get it right. But now, here's the thing, the last slide of my talk is, So GPT does not replicate human cognition. First thing we should understand. It differs from human cognitive process. It's just a statistical weight of one word with the other words. It's almost like saying, I am going to fit all the curves in the world with one parameterized equation. And anything that you throw at me, any equation, parabola, or whatever, circle, I'm going to take this one equation, which has all these weights, and it will give you the answer. So it is at best a weighted solution to that. Number two is that it will be prone to errors. What we love to say in the industry is hallucination. There is no hallucination, it's an error. It is statistical error coming out from picking a softmax. Remember, at this, then you will understand, GPT doesn't understand what an African elephant is. It knows Africa, it knows elephant. It doesn't understand African elephant because the elephant is the softmax of the previous state. It doesn't understand a Bengal tiger because it knows Bengal. It has seen many times Bengal and then tiger. So it will say Bengal tiger, but it has no notion what a Bengal tiger is. So, but it does jaw-dropping things. That you guys have seen. And that's because, and nobody knows why. That's the beauty of it. Because statistical, basic statistics will tell you any overfitting will give you bad results. But what is very interesting in GPT is, as you fit more and more data, the results go up, then it goes down, then again goes up, and then again goes down. Why is this behavior happening? Nobody knows. So use GPT at your own peril, but I think you now know the opportunity is understanding the brain functions more, translating into neural networks which mimic the brain really, if you understand that, and add real computational processes, the convolutions that are happening inside the brain, the image processing that are happening, realistic modeling of those things are what will shape the future with the computing power that is arriving at our doorstep. So this journey will continue, and it will be, we just don't know which way it will go. But hopefully, with this I'll stop, and I know I'm over time, but hopefully this was interesting for you. If there are any questions, I can try to squeeze in a few. It is not a language model, it is a statistical grouping of words, and if it has seen many of such examples before, it is likely to parrot it. Think of it like your African grey parrot. It hears 10 words, it will say the 11th word, but it doesn't understand what it means. That is something you need to keep in mind.
Thank you, Dr. Jaideep. That was quite a heady mix of mathematics, biology, quantum physics. Sir, Jaideep, sir, you kept saying this is all elementary. That only served to remind me that I'm poor at all three subjects that you're touching upon. No, but thank you for this wonderful opening keynote. Right, now we'll head into the first panel discussion. The panel discussion will be on open source and AI, the way forward. Again, open source needs no introduction as to why you are doing this panel discussion. But let me invite the panelists onto the stage. I'll start by inviting Mr. Nagarjun Maladi, Vice President, Tech Mahindra, a huge supporter of Sricha and open source software. Nagarjun Garu, Nag Maladi as we call him. Might I invite Rajendran Kaushik, Principal Architect, AWS. Thank you, Kaushik. Thank you for coming over here. Ranganathan, Ranga, I call him, co-founder, CTO at Everest Engineering. I would have been surprised if that reaction did not come. Ramesh Loganathan, a person who needs no introduction, a huge advocate of open source, has been an influential figure in the startup ecosystem in Hyderabad, currently a professor at IIIT Hyderabad, and is involved with the CIE. Ramesh. Might I invite Amit Kumar? Amit Kumar is a senior director at Salesforce. Thank you, Amit, for coming over here. And to moderate the panel, might I invite Kaushik Katrapati, who heads data practice at DigiQuanta. DQ is one of the AI/ML partners for this conference. Kaushik brings in more than 18 years experience with working with data and other things. I have a small request to make to the panel, Kaushik and the others.
So we hear a lot of all these big companies pledging towards open source, like Meta, Facebook, everyone pledging towards open source models. But while all of these companies are pledging that they are open source, we have a basic problem, right? We don't understand, or like there is no clear definition of what is open source AI. What is your take on open source AI, and who can define it properly? Please.
Thanks, Kaushik. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'm a firm believer of open source myself, personally. And even when I started my career, I remember developing frameworks. Even before the microservices world, I was building something similar to that, and an open source entirely. So, again, let's just take a simple stand of what open source is, right? It could simply mean a way of a developer or a contributor sharing a source of information or a code or whatnot with limited or no licensing arrangement or whatnot. So basically, anyone can flexibly or freely use that source of information. It could be a code, it could be data, it could be anything for data. So if you really look at why open source is a popular topic now, if you look at why developers love it, our customers from Amazon or AWS, our customers love it. One, it accelerates innovation because you don't have to start from scratch. For example, today if you want to build a model, you don't really start from scratch. You have lots of pre-trained models available in several hubs and whatnot that you can actually take, fine-tune the model, and then take on. You take any project, like for example, you take Java, JDK, and many other things, right? You are able to take advantage of them and innovate faster too, right? And most important part is the trust. Because you exactly know what goes inside this particular source of information or a code or whatnot. And you'll be able to tune it to your own enterprise or your own startup or even research purpose. Now, all of this flexibility also extends and supports you with cost. Because you don't have to pay licensing or whatnot because it's secure. So you can actually take it, port it, and then use the way you want to use at your disposal. Now, I think these are some of the benefits. Being a researcher, being a student, being an enterprise or a startup can greatly take advantages of and build on top of it. So, I mean, again, I'll not dive too much into what we are doing, but AWS have been proponent of open source, and perhaps I'll talk more on other content. I hope I answered you. I would like to have a follow-up also. So, who decides whether a particular model is really open source? Is it like Azure? Is it like Palm Open? Is it like only the model open? Is the data open? So, do we have any standards, or are we working towards any standards of making AI open? Good question. In fact, I wanted to touch this and somehow I did, which is, see, look at especially open source and artificial intelligence, right? There are two things to it. One is the model itself. Like, for example, the set of instructions. For example, today, if you want to build a model, you don't really start from scratch. You have lots of pre-trained models available in several hubs and whatnot that you can actually take, fine-tune the model, and then take on. You take any project, like, for example, you take Java, JDK, and many other things, right? You are able to take advantage of them and innovate faster too, right? And most important part is the trust. Because you exactly know what goes inside this particular source of information or a code or whatnot. And you'll be able to tune it to your own enterprise or your own startup or even research purpose. Now, all of this flexibility also extends and supports you with cost. Because you don't have to pay licensing or whatnot because it's secure. So you can actually take it, port it, and then use the way you want to use at your disposal. Now, I think these are some of the benefits. Being a researcher, being a student, being an enterprise or a startup can really take advantages of and build on top of it. So, I mean, again, I'll not dive too much into what we are doing, but AWS have been proponent of open source, and perhaps I'll talk more on other content. Who decides whether a particular model is really open source? Is it like Azure? Is it like Palm Open? Is it like only the model open? Is the data open? So, do we have any standards, or are we working towards any standards of making AI open? Good question. In fact, I wanted to touch this and somehow I did, which is, see, look at especially open source and artificial intelligence, right? There are two things to it. One is the model itself. Like, for example, the set of instructions that trains on your data and then infers on top of it, right? And the second is the data itself. Like, on what data it's trained on. Whether that data is an enterprise data. For example, I can simply take the whole algorithm, it could be open source, and train using my enterprise data. Now, that doesn't mean that the whole model can be in place for all open source services. If you look at even today, I'll not name, but generally speaking, many companies and we startups or enterprises were doing many number of very interesting innovations or proof of concepts. But for them to go to production, the problem is the models, not only a source that needs to be open source or at least a license that makes sense to them. Most important thing is the model that the person gives the output, the data, whatever it has, shouldn't have been complex conflict or whatnot, right? So, to go back to your question on who can do this, I think obviously the contributor, whoever has actually contributed to the open source, should be transparent enough and say, okay, based on what data the data is trained and whatnot. So, I mean, again, from Amazon's standpoint, the models that give this usually come with something called we identify our customers from using such models. For example, if you're using one of the models that Amazon, like for example, Titan text generator or whatnot, then if a customer is using those models and generating the result, and tomorrow, let's say for whatever reason there is a compilation issue, it is AWS separate. So I think these are emerging patterns in the industry, and I would also say it is with the contributors who should really evolve and say, okay, this is where my data, this is where the data comes, this is where model comes to train, and they have to do it. So the future of AI, what we understand from all our talks
motive of helping for the betterment of the society, for the betterment of the humanity. That I think we all agree upon, right? But the key problem here is how can we build a diverse, decentralized AI infrastructure or like AI, not just infrastructure, AI ecosystem for the future. How can we achieve that using a collaborative model of what is your take on that?
So generally, I see this is a three-pronged problem. One is the algorithm, which now have a lot of variants available right now, llamas and Falcon and whatnot. And the second is data, which is again available, and if you don't, you could just scrape Wikipedia and get it, or a lot of other sources. It's barring enterprise data we are talking about. And third is compute. So that is where I see there's a gap. You can get data, you can get algo, but you cannot get the compute, because compute is limited to all these big orgs. And that reminds me something like, I think one we were passing out to college, you will see a project called CT, to search of extraterrestrial elements, right? Where they use this public infra to run the algos. And then we did the same thing years later in terms of Bitcoin, where everyone is using their phone and harnessing those Bitcoins, right? I think that's something which we as an individual can do. But there's a good part of it also, the government is also serious about it. I was going through some of the government projects like Ashmi. That's something which is trying to provide a compute part as well as algo. Then you have different states or individuals, or like we're talking about Tamil Dhamma. There's a Kannada Dhamma. So I see people and orgs are getting interested in this, and they're adding compute factor to this. I'm seeing it's very positive direction. Again, it's for all of us to contribute to that. And Bitcoin is not the only shiny thing. This is the one.
Why people are going open source? I think first thing on the AI aspect. I think one thing I'm personally, again, it's a strong statement, is that let us take all the companies, right, corporates. They are building up all this AI and like they're crazily going on dimensions. And if you see all the research comes from universities and eventually come to, like, they don't have like resources or like the computing power, which comes from corporates. So the merger at some point is coming up, and then they are like trying to produce models which are like right now like close to 361 billion kind of parameters. It's like really, really huge models, like really scary ones. The thing is, assume that the corporate hold on to itself, right? And a few more corporations are holding on this stuff within themselves. I think it comes to a point where like right now nobody is realizing the perils of it, but sometimes like somebody wakes up and our government says like 3 weeks back, the European Union said like, hey, you know what? AI has like an act right now. That's the first time somebody came and said AI has an act. They worked on it for 3 years. They came with like absolutely beautiful rules. Like within the first version, it's like really good. So they're saying like, what are the sources you're turning up? You need to be very open about it. So they're like really good points. The point is that could have come any point. Now, assume that corporates are holding on everything within themselves. There is like a point where like they are having a commercial value, but some of these acts will just stop them from doing what they're doing. So there is like an obligation, which may be a reason why somebody is doing it. Like we don't know. Like that's one reason. The second one on the governing factors on like how to stop or like manage that, I think one of the aspects that I personally feel is there should be like the third party agency. Like for example, like let us think like all the countries are formed by themselves, and then like they're all sovereign states. They can do whatever they want, right? Like nobody's coming and telling them, oh, you can do this, you can't do this, you can do this. But with AI, it's very strong, right? See, assume that it's like again because there are students to understand it's very easy. Like assume that it's a nuclear bomb that the countries are building. There is a treaty which says that you can't go and do these things, right? A very strong treaty which is blocking them. But that's at nation level. It's not at a privation industry level. So what's stopping them is like maybe even or like a group of countries coming together and stopping it. So eventually, I think right now it's not there. But there's a governance model that will come up which is equivalent to an equivalent for like AI, and that treaty like that's the first version of EU, but a lot of other countries should come out in a strong way that like it's managing the governance very strongly. Yeah.
Again, we would like to revisit that point of governance. I have a follow-up question on that. But before going there, I would like to ask Mr. Ramesh Lornathan here regarding, we see a lot of these big corporates having collaborations with IIT Bombay, IIT Hyderabad, IITs, like doing a lot of AI research with a private and public partnership kind of a thing here. But the question here is, do we already have any collaborations between our premium educational institutes? We have so many educational institutes institutes doing a lot of research work, do they collaborate themselves, within themselves, in developing a larger data model? And what does it take to have that as a proof of concept for the larger private audience, private enterprises to come together and see, adopt that model in their work culture?
So, the academic institutions do a lot of work, and there are funding agencies, especially government these days, is asking for consortium proposals, right? A lot of consortium projects where they expect 2, 3, 4, 10, 15, 20 institutions to come together, right? And they're realizing that, like, while each institution is very good and can do a lot of work with themselves, but if they don't bring the power of all institutions, the scale cannot happen. But it's very hard, very, very hard. I mean, I will refer to Bashni. It's a project where, like, its predecessor form earlier, the Indian Languages Technology Mission, or Technology Effort, what's called Project Epic, had 10, 11 institutions, leading institutions, all the old IITs, ISC, Hyderabad, and such, 10, 11 top research institutions, language space, that engaged for almost 15, 16 years. Lot of research work came out, zero solutions came out, right? And so then the ministry realized, and then tried to do a few other things for a couple of years, and then in 2021 conceptualized this Bashni project, where now the project is supposed to get tangible solutions in the field. More than 2 years since it started, and still some solutions were not as much and definitely not as fast as anybody would like, as the government would like. So these are institutions that are research institutions, very socially minded already, right? Academic institutions are social in nature, research institutions are social in nature, and academicians are social in nature, especially when they say no to kind of fancy industry jobs and they take up academics. They have a very strong social and societal mindset. But while the intent may be there, execution is very hard, right? How do you get multiple institutions to collaborate? Even government is able to do it only by making it a funding requirement. If it can happen, if we can figure out models where, so which is, there should be a shared purpose, shared interest, which has to come a little bit more organic, right? When we talk about, I mean, we try to do this for international collaboration, but the same thing applies here for domestic collaboration. But the only thing in domestic collaboration is faculty know each other very well. There's a lot of peer-to-peer collaboration happens. Like two institutions collaborate because two professors know each other well, they make up a joint project. So that way we take UPID, probably at least half our professors have projects that they're collaborating with others because of their own connections. And then there are others that do it because the funding mandate is that you have to be in a consortium project. But when they don't have a natural collaboration, what happens? Technically there are 10 institutions collaborating, but they're working on 10 very independent parts. So in effect, there's no collaboration. It's like, it seems like a collaboration, but they're just broken down into 10 independent parts, and so again defeats the purpose, right? The idea is that, like, sum of 10 parts should be much more than 10. Here at best it is 10.
What does it take from a governance or a government perspective, policy perspective? Does it help you to have more enforcement?
I think, see, we have this thing, right? If you have a battle cry, that aligns people, right? You can't say it's a funding requirement. Yes, there's a purpose why the funding needs consortium, because the belief is that it needs that kind of scale. Quantum mission. There was a consultation meeting in Delhi, led by the principal scientific advisor and the ESG secretary. Every research group in the country that's working in quantum, about 60 of them, were there in that room. 400 people in the room. You name it, and that institution had 2, 3 people from the institution in the room. Phenomenal, and they want to. They're finding ways. They say quantum, especially, is not something we can do unless we align all our forces, completely aligned. They're finding it very hard. I mean, like, again, these are institutions like, I'm not in the space. I accompany the professor who leads our quantum effort, and he knows many people. Like, everybody in the room knew at least 10, 15, 20% of the other people. They're that well known. Whereas quantum world is not such a big world. They all know, and still not as much collaboration happens. I think what government could do, policy and financial models is one thing, but that is not enough. You have to create a battle cry, create a mission mode which everybody aligns to. Then it will happen. That is very hard. I mean, that needs a strong leader, strong vision, identifying that and articulating in a way that it aligns everybody around it. It needs that. I mean, like, true open source is a community movement. If you want open source model research across institutions, the community has an aligned purpose. Random people don't come and just work together. People that believe in one purpose come together, right? So government, that's the hardest part, creating that purpose, which is a battle cry. that gets everybody aligned together. That's the hard part. And you had a question on corporates. See, when corporates work with academicians, they also do pairwise projects, right? A company comes and works with one institution on one project or a set of projects. So it's a very commercial model, so there's nothing social in that. The companies want the IP or they want the goodwill to have people, right? They come for that mostly. The few companies that do it more social, like Intel does a lot of work in India around research based, and they invest a lot of time and effort. But few companies do it, most don't, which is okay. I think at the end of the academic institution, a company comes and funds a project, we value it very, very highly at Enterprise because it's a real world problem with real world data, right? Real world perspective, real world domain knowledge coming in with funding. So we value it. We may or may not get research publication out of it, but it's a check for the reality check for the work we're doing, get a reality perspective to the work we're doing, and of course get funding that funds other research projects with us. So we're okay with that, but I don't think that's going to see corporates supporting open source has always been motivated. It's a proxy market war that they find. So that's not a good thing either. They're very standard model, which is okay. Knowledge is open, but the commercial use is not open. Free is a different thing. Free and open source is a different form. That's not very common. And when a corporate supports open source, there is motivation, and that motivation is generally not good.
So let's switch gears here, and then we see that okay, there is a lot of push for AI from the corporate, all the industry leaders, and everyone is pushing, saying that they are adopting AI within their organizations, and then they are saying we are enabling AI for their betterment of within the organizations. But with that comes a small insecurity for the developers that will their existing skills be obsolete, right? And how are enterprises going to cope up and educate and enlighten and upskill your resources? So I would like Nagarjuna to take a stab at this.
Yeah. Once again, a very good morning to everybody, all fellow students, industry experts, and academia experts. A very, I would say, jubilating atmosphere. And thanks for the other panelists, which kind of set the platform. All the difficult questions are ours to discuss with you. And as a connection to what Professor Ramesh had mentioned, and this question is positioned well. And again, I'm from Tech Mahindra, and to me, honestly, he started saying, I'm a practitioner of open source as well. As soon as putting like 1998, if I'm not wrong, Netflix was available outside, and it was compliant to me. It was a complaint from me till such time saying that the IBMs of the world, Microsofts of the world are spoiling us in terms of they give a lot of things to you. If you because on that you don't learn, the creativity is going for a task there. So I was always complaining on that. So as a practitioner in the industry for the past 27 years in Tech Mahindra, we took the complete advantage of open source. Fortunately, Dr. Ramesh's comment on the corporates. If you look at the latest example, what we have done from our company side, if you watch our press notes in the past 2 to 3 years, like 2.5 years back, we announced the AI platform for our customers and customers. And it's absolutely right. Unless it is commercialized, we have to businesses making profits. And my intention is to, as a business leader, my intention is to make it faster, better, cheaper, steadier, and larger. So these are like all the parameters where my margin counts. So in line with it, what we have done is we kind of launched a platform called Gaia, G-A-I-A. It's like our own platform. And interesting thing is it's all open source. We kind of partnered with Optimus, which is again an open source partner, and backed by Linux Foundation itself. The way Linux Foundation, I like them because personally, for example, if you look at the way blockchain is evolving, the way the support they are giving, like the way I think we answered in terms of consortiums, right? They back it up. So as a company, what we have done is we took the advantage of the open source, built a platform, and a reason why Ramesh's point on corporates will not really promote a lot on open source is in terms of the security, information security, right? For example, you are adapting somebody else's code. Many of the customers, especially pharma licenses customers, where we have regulatory authorities and all, they don't appreciate it. Or even product making companies for that matter. I think Professor Chaydi was mentioning about Google, and we support them as well. But if you look at the confidentiality they maintain in terms of the source code, it's appreciable. It has to be a combination. It can't everything be open source, everything be proprietary or enterprise driven. So we respect our customers' objectives. And somewhere we are getting opportunities to convince our customers saying how this joint collaboration is making sense in commercial use. Again, going back to faster, cheaper, better, steadier and larger. We are achieving their commercial purposes. At the same time, we are giving a solution in faster time with better results, more productivity. That is working out. And this is happening for a while. I still remember, some of these facts are, you can Google search it. Apache, if I'm not wrong, it is most used web server, right? About 60 to 70% adoption. And if you look at projects also, most of the IT projects, if you look at the statistics, 66% are abandoned projects. 66 to 70% are abandoned. What do you do with that code? Give it to public, right? So they will take it forward and then finish it off. And coming back to the skill angle, thanks to love the open source movement happening for a while, forget about the people who are working in Tech Mahindra, all the students who are sitting here. Thanks to that open source movement, we call it as MOOC, right? Massive Open Online Courses. Even Stanford courses are available to you. Pick it up. Like concept knowledge was available. Dr. Ramesh was mentioning about it. Knowledge was available. A real problem with AI, professor's session, Dr. Jaydeep's session in the morning. If I tell to the students that among the 8 to 9 slides he presented, 80% is coded, they get the motivation, right? If, for example, if I have to code all those algorithm matrices and all that, they feel it's very complex and difficult. No, it's not. 80% is coded. You pick it up from there and take it forward. That's what MOOC is selling. For the student community, who are our future engineers? Basically, they also should learn about the individual dignity that they can take to the table, right? If I think in a productive way how to utilize open source right from their college days, using MOOCs, practicing, understanding all open source platform, coming to a company like us, end of the day, you may be basically owning an idea to get a product which India would like to get in. The services versus product, right? Your revenues will be non-linear. So that's what, in my opinion, it's position well. AI, the problems are around data and compute. I think we touched base upon it, and Amit also spoke about it in Salesforce angle, and we also spoke from Amazon angle. Data is proprietary, data and compute. If we solve the problem in terms of crowdsourcing on an open source way, I think we are positioned well for this wave also. It is not new to India, right? We've been solving these issues for a while. In my opinion, open AI, collectively, I'm sure we will definitely make it happen, in my opinion.
So, I think if you look at it, like say all the academic knowledge by and large is published, right? It's one level of open knowledge. So even academic knowledge, like if somebody were to license, they have to, we have licensing terms and such. The paper may be public, but IP may still be owned. Open source, what is out there, like any of the open source projects, it's like public knowledge, right? Like you said, it's available, a group of people for whatever reasons went and created, and you could use it, leverage it the way you want to leverage. And then commercially using it is the next level, right? Even if it is an open source, sometimes it comes with license terms. So it's okay. Everybody has their own motivation to do, like some want to build the same thing commercially, some want to build just for fun, build it as an open source. But once the knowledge is available, it's up to anybody like Nag rightly said, for a project, they will choose what's available out there, right? It could be a paper that they can build, it could be an existing framework that they use, it could be a commercial product. At the end of the day, they have something that they need to build. Now, where a platform like this can help, right, very significantly help is the social problem. Social problems, like if we're trying to create low resource languages, the work that all these HR started, it's going to be very hard for any commercially driven initiatives to fund it, because there are not enough commercial returns. But the social returns are huge. I think those are places where probably open source is the only way, community-led open source is the only way to do it, which may result in IP that could be commercialized maybe, once it is done. But the initial funding, nobody's going to come and pump money like OpenAI got to build for low resource languages, which most Indian languages are low resource, digital low resource languages. And the other, like public health or any of those areas, agri, you've been talking about agri, researchers been talking about, those are areas where commercial forces will not come and fund because it's very hard to figure out a model. So I think open source community-led is the place where, those are places where it's absolutely necessary. Because nothing else will come, and governments find it very hard. They're trying to do many things, but they're finding it very hard. The results that Switch has already got in the last few months, I think it's a strong indicator. I think keep that momentum on. We will solve for the nation what Bashini is finding it very hard to do. As a community, it can be solved.
Yes, Ranga. Actually, you have answered my next question. How can we push for start AI adoption? That's my next question. So Rangnath, please, if you can also.
Sure. Yeah. So I think I'll start with the answer and then I extend it here because both are very well connected. First thing is like, let us take the point of industrial revolution, right? Like when it happened, I think one of the things, just think, right? Like when machines all came, people are like actually drilling railway rails, right? And then suddenly machines came and everybody was scared, like, okay, my job is gone. Then suddenly all these machines came and they dig tunnels and then like suddenly a lot of hardware came up, infrastructure came up, the world became a lot better place, right? And that time there was like a lot of scariness around all these things like happening. The second thing is like there's like simple example, right? There is this 1984 the great manure thing where like the hospitals used to put a lot of manure on the New York streets, and then they used to put a lot of remove all of them, and when cars came in, it removed, and then the whole problem was over. So like always the betterment happened. I think from an industry perspective, as a student or like people who are thinking like, okay, what will happen to this, right? Like first thing, when people approach us with a problem statement saying that, hey, we want to build this, the approach is similar to what we are doing with, like again, the progression on AI is same as like when IoT came in, a lot of devices came in. Then being contextual to this open source, no like industrial projects are based out of like Raspberry Pis or Arduinos or like equivalent open source hardware systems. But what was very good was all these things helped in prototyping things that helped build things on that place. Like the smartwatch that you are wearing is far more advanced, but it was built on one of these open source wearables. Eventually they just commercialized it and made it a lot more powerful and then like adopted to it. But for prototyping it, this open source thing made it a lot more possible. So all the things that you are doing like checks on like your health, on everything on the smartwatch is just happening because of that open source thing that happened on like the IoT stuff. But right now, if you take on like the growth of AI, we are taking the same path. Like somebody just made it open source. Again, it's like this open source thing in AI is a bit arguable because like what are this open sourcing? Are they open sourcing the model? Are they open sourcing the data on which they trained it? Or like both of them together? Nobody is doing all of them together. So there is some commission angle, but still, like if it is used in a particular way, the adoption of this will be like having these machines together, they are doing a journey together. But also like at some point, till now, like human intelligence has been like a lot more advanced than like machine intelligence. So it's very rare like where they were like in specific tasks they were doing it, which we call like a narrow based task or narrow intelligence. But on like general intelligence, people are like always like right now or afraid that it will overtake us and what will happen after that. Like so there is like recursive rerunning and those kind of things which scares us, but still the evolution happens. Nobody is going to stop the red button. As I said, like once we come back to governance, there are like points in which we need to discuss, which will make that happen in a like a better way.
That is fantastic. So Amit, if you can, I would like to understand what are the open source contributions from your perspective, from like Salesforce or like whatever your companies are doing for open source contributions. I would like to, for our audience to know more about details more about that. Please.
Market traction. They get the community with support and the innovation. What does the innovation happens very fast the moment you open source. For example, I know that Salesforce open source Flip, this is for image to text, the text to image, and then this XGen, which is LLM model. So, and then you see examples, just not limited to Salesforce, Meta has Llama 2 also, and now this week I think Elon Musk announced that Grok also will be open source. So what's happening that you are getting a lot of these models which are telling you how to do that. And the great news for the audience here is that you figure where to use that, what problem I should solve with that. I think that's an opportunity, and that way you get the skill and then you get a use case.
I think from AWS, I think we've been one of the most open and when it comes to open source, nurturing of the whole open source ecosystem and also embracing open source technologies. If you even take technologies from relational databases or whatnot, what we have done is we have taken the simplicity of open source and added our expertise in managing the infrastructure. If you look at some of our offerings, greatly embraces open source, like for example take Postgres, MySQL and whatnot. We took all those open source technology and put like our expertise on top of it to give a highly scalable and also kind of affordable infrastructure for anyone to innovate on top of it. Now that's from the compute and general perspective. Now I'll talk two perspectives on our contributions. Now when it comes to Amazon or AWS, we've been actively contributing to projects like Babelfish. Even if you look at AIML like MXNet and whatnot, we've been actively contributing. So much so like even the father of Java, who is James Gosling, is actually part of Amazon AWS and who is working on projects like. So we've been developing several For example, free real-time operating system when it comes to IoT world, and Babelfish for like database world, and MXNet and Kubernetes and whatnot, right? We've been actively contributing. Now, when it comes to the execution or use of such tools and techniques, right? So in AI, when it comes to that, so we have an initiative called Registry of Open Data on AWS, which is called RODA. Now, in RODA, you can actually we host a lot of open source data, open source data. For example, UK Biobank some time ago released 100,000 whole genome sequencing data, and we are the hosting partners. Like, we took the whole data and we hosted on us, and then hosted on the RODA platform, and then shared it. Like this, if you go to RODA, there are like number of data sets that are available for anyone to freely use and work or build any model on top of it. Now, when it comes to the AI models, and again, we've been building hubs. Like, for example, we have something called SageMaker Jumpstart, which basically provides a platform to host all these pre-trained models that you could see in Hugging Face. Like, for example, like Amit mentioned, Llama models, and several other pre-trained models are available, which you can actually easily deploy and train. What it means for you as a student, or perhaps from the community, is take all those pre-created data set or pre-trained model and start. You don't have to start from scratch. You can easily build on top of AWS. In fact, we also give credit for some of these use cases. And one such initiative I can tell from healthcare perspective is AWS Health Initiative, where we give funds to some of our customers who does solve the equitable problem and whatnot. Like this, there are many funds that we have set aside. Even recently, we announced something for generative AI. Like, we set aside $100 million fund to support our customers and partners and everyone to innovate on AI space. So yeah.
That was really educational. I would like to close this session with one last question. The main motto, or like what the initiative of this event is, to see if we can make Hyderabad the capital of AI. I would like to take each one of your inputs and see how we can make, or what are the potential challenges. What is the road for Hyderabad to be AI capital?
I can start probably. Yeah. So I think I was from Hyderabad. I'm from JNTU, like, so a lot of things. I'm from Tripoli, Hyderabad. So a lot of things together with Hyderabad. But having said that, I think one city becoming the capital of like the whole AI thing is going to be like a crazy power, like superpower, like to somebody. But what I think I can suggest is like governments relatively, like again, like as I said, like somebody took an AI act from Germany or like Europe or other places is good, but like from India we can become like pioneers, like in starting the governance model and then acting on it. I think nobody, as far as I know, has like a serious model there, where like Hyderabad comes and says, you know what, like we are forming this consortium, and then this is going to be like the first one of like the like first version of the draft, and that will put like spot on the map in India, like far ahead of other cities. Yeah.
I think there have been many attempts in the last 6-7 years, right, to put Hyderabad on the national AI map, and it's okay. Some success has happened, but I think what can really, we need to think much bigger. It's not an incremental. I think the initiative that's being taken up now through the Svecha efforts, right, to create a very large platform. When I say platform, talking about most broadest form, which people, processes, systems, right, volunteers, energy, the battle cry. There's a battle cry here, right? I mean, like if you could get the Telugu ASR created, right? And I think there's an opportunity to see, like yesterday, 2,000 people in the room, right? Yesterday, all day, and more than 1,000 people here today, second day. I think if we rally around this and amplify what we just already started, right? And say like we create, and they're all social problems, by the way, right? We talk about agri or morning varieties of problems in public health. These are all social problems where this is the only way to do it almost. Either government should do it or community should do it. And government has its own priorities, like, so they pick what is the most important thing at that point. And so community can do this. And I feel if we amplify this, like say what the success that's been got in the last 6 months with the Telugu language, like I think I forget if it was Kiran or right, Praveen was saying Hugging Face for India, right? Create a like models that's built by community. Lot of models available, right? Whether it could be used for social purposes, it could be used for commercial purposes, right? But the models get created, for which the data has to get compiled first, right? And labeled and data sets. I feel we should take this up in a mission mode, rally all forces, right? Whatever support from companies available, get other communities, academic institutions, significantly amplify and accelerate. And if we can get, like the many initiatives, like there is this AI for Bharat, there is Bharat GPT, many initiatives, I don't believe they're going as fast as, like given the forces behind it, the people, the thinking, and the funds, it's going nowhere nearly as fast as they could. So this could be an opportunity to show that it's possible as a community to do it. I feel that's going to put us on the national map, nothing else. That will put us on the national map.
No, I thought I would take, but somehow Ramesh's points are very resonating to what I'm thinking. Actually, the sense of urgency is in, I feel that actually it is not as if we are getting ready as Hyderabad Inc. for a .com or a .net or a SAP boom or something like that. If you look at the slide back, there are only two: Anurag University and Meta. Why? Why? That is the issue actually. For example, when we show to other customers, we show a slide full of customers who are our partners who enabled our growth, right? As even they did, Amazon or a Salesforce. But that is only two right now. And it is being driven by Svecha. There is actually, we talked about it, shared purpose and shared vision. That's what we used a few minutes back. Honestly speaking, the industry is at a $150 billion market. It is going to grow something like 1.8 trillion with a 36.4% CAGR. How much of it you take is up to you as Hyderabad. Right now, in my opinion, he is absolutely right. Sense of urgency is not there. Why am I telling? As Hyderabad we can do. If you look at the COVID situation, earlier it was like a 5 to 6 year to invent a molecule and a vaccine. March 23rd is the date in 2020, lockdown is announced. January, we have a vaccine in hand. That means as a team we can do it. As a team we can do it, but we are not doing it is a problem, in my opinion. But really greatly appreciate the kind of efforts the Svecha kind of organizations are doing for ganging everybody together. It is not anymore a luxury or a nice to do. It's a must-have thing going forward. In my opinion, the educational institution should come for the supply side. End of the day, if I do AI or a machine learning or a federated AI, supplies from universities, supplies from colleges, and there is a variation. In my opinion, the universities have a shared problem right now. I think somewhere, one of you mentioned it about it, right? The compute angle. You had a great model. How do you deploy? How many institutions in Hyderabad today are positioned to really deploy a machine learning model? And at the same time, we are positioned. For example, Mahindra University, for example, IIIT. And why are we not collaborating? And why are we not forming a consortium with a shared vision of making Hyderabad as a GNAI? That's what needs to be done, in my opinion. And now you are telling all this, I've been telling this for so many folks in so many forums, but some action is what I'm expecting. He kind of hit the nail on its head actually. Sense of urgency is the most important thing. Trust me, market will make the money. Amazons of the world, Googles of the world, Salesforce of the world, Tech Mahindras of the world will make money for sure. That $1.8 trillion money will be made. Is it Hyderabad? Is it Chennai? Is it Bangalore? Is it Pune? Is it Mumbai? Is it Noida? Is a question. It is our share to get it back. And count on my support on anything that we do in Hyderabad actually. So that's what I reflect. Thanks for the platform you already said.
So just to condense your thoughts, right? I mean, I agree to all the points, and what I believe is three P's. I think one is purpose, and then partnerships, and finally policies, in that order. I think what made Svecha and other initiatives possible was purpose. I think there was a clear-cut definition of what anyone wanted to achieve. I think, let's say, to go back to your question on Hyderabad, I think Hyderabad should have that purpose or a vision narrated, following which we should have partnerships. This is where all these universities and private, public firms can actually come together and work towards that greater good. And like he really quoted a very good anecdote about COVID success, right? I mean, it is possible. And finally, policy. Trust me, I think policy sometimes is an enabler, sometimes is a blocker, but truly, in my opinion, I think the right policies at the right time will enable the whole ecosystem. So I would say you solve these three, I'm sure you can realize that potential of ADPS.
And these gentlemen, they cover almost everything. I'll just talk about two concrete things. One is specifically currently we know professors who share this knowledge, and we have this untapped pool of people who have done that hands-on. So connecting the students with the mentors in industry, think that will go a long way in solving this problem. And secondly, creating one great example. Think of it, Abu Dhabi came with Falcon, it's 180 billion parameters AI model. Why can't India do that, or why can't Hyderabad do that? So set one shining example of something like that, and then connect these two ends. That's possible.
Thank you very much, panel. We have really good insights from all of you. So we will give a good applause for the entire panel for sharing your thoughts, sharing your resources. And I would hope the audience here will take great inputs from this. The policymakers, the startup owners, the education institutes, everyone will make a big push for having a greater open source AI initiative here at Hyderabad. It can be a model, it can be a inspiration story for the rest of the world to pick it up from here. Thank you all.
No, thanks to Kaushik for asking soft and nice questions. I thought he would ask a question to us saying, can you code for one of the slides, Professor Jayad? Thanks for being so nice. Again, a great moderation. Thank you so much.
Over to you, Praveen. Thank you, everyone. I think the key takeaway for me is the purpose. And I think we're all driven by the purpose over here. Thank you for taking your time out for the panelists, moderator Kaushik, another Kaushik, Ranga, Ramesh, Alan. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. People, updated schedule has been sent over a WhatsApp message to all of you. If it hasn't reached you, but this is the schedule right now. We are running 20 minutes behind schedule. So without further breaks, we'll go to the next one. We're almost ready for that. There are talks starting right now. There are talks starting in the Jain Seminar Hall, which is in the first floor. There are some talks that are starting in the Golden Jubilee Hall of the EC department, and the panel session which is starting in the event center of J-Hub. But here, we have a very distinguished person, a very renowned person, Dr. Pratik Desai. Pratik Desai is a founder and the CEO of Kisan.ai, the seasoned entrepreneur and computer scientist.
Can I add my slides?
Again, sorry for that. He's a computer scientist, founder CEO of Kisan.ai, and it's quite late in the night for him, and he has kindly agreed to stay up for us, and we requested him for a brief talk. Over to Dr. Pratik Desai.
I'm Pratik Desai, founder and CEO of Kisan.ai. I hope you guys can hear me. Just let me know if I'm audible, so I can continue the presentation. Naveen, can you confirm? Thank you, Swesha, and the team for inviting me for this presentation. I hope you guys are having a good time. And the topic for me today is about using AI in the Indian agriculture ecosystem, and how we have been working to bring AI, the latest technology, in hands of the farmer. And our goal is to divide this knowledge gap that has been kind of widely the reason behind how the agriculture in India is kind of traditionally one of the backward in terms of digitization. So just start with my own journey. So I grew up in agrarian family. Generations I remember we were in agriculture, and I grew up on farm, helped my father, and knew the first hand all the problems that farmer faces, and very much aware of what's going on. But then I moved to US for my master's. My father took one of the biggest risks in his life, taking a loan to send me to US, and then I've been working in doing my higher education. I work on solving sensors, robotics, and then moved to the AI to solve the knowledge extraction problem. And after that, I moved to Silicon Valley, and really I have been part of multiple startups, the founder, founding member, and we did develop some amazing technology. So one of the problems that we tried to solve was using real-time analytics on social media. Then we also worked on building wearables, which was pre-Apple Watch, and our objective was bringing intelligence inside the wearable devices. And the last startup was in automotive. Again, my role was to build the AI-based intelligence system for the cars, just like how Tesla has over their updates and data analytics. We built something for the regular cars. The company got acquired, and at the same time, I realized that it's time for me to start working to my roots, like the people I'm associated with. And there was a time in 2019 I decided to start a company called Tutorial in India, and the objective was to build AI/ML application, high-tech tools that goes directly inside the hand of farmers, so farmer can access the technology and take the benefits of what's going on. And our journey has been more than exciting from the day we started. But we also had many great learnings from where we started and where we are right now. So, when we started, the objective was the first objective, the first problem we tried to solve was the plots. The farmland plots are not geolocated or digitized. So the only way farmer can find out where the boundaries are, he goes to like collector's office or some regional office, government worker will give them like a printout. It will have plots, and it will say, okay, this printout, this is your plot. It was not digitized. So we started with working on digitizing plot for the Gujarat state, and using machine learning, computer vision, satellite images, we did plot 1.2 crore farmlands. And we are running a startup, so it's always important to find out the product market fit and understand your demographics. So even though we built some advanced high tech tool, the farmer had really not able to use for it, and we also understand like the position of our farmer. So that was our first learning, that if you build something high tech, but if your farmers cannot pay, you cannot continue like running a startup. So we started learning, even though we were building something in terms of advanced technology, we had to bring farmer on board. So we created this digital marketplace where our goal was to help farmers create their online shops and give them money prices, price prediction, and let them sell directly to consumers. And through that, our goal and objective was to start giving them the advanced technology that's possible. Now, this is the time we also started collecting a lot of agriculture data around different commodities, the markets, to us in the future. Next thing we worked on is helping farmer to create automated label and packaging. Now, like why? Like to understand the problem. If today farmers wants to sell something online or Facebook Marketplace or somewhere else, they do not have access to graphic designers or like some advanced labeling mechanism. So they will end up printing something on like paper with the name, and this is not something that's going to stand out in front of consumers. Now, how can we solve it? Like farmers cannot afford to hire a graphic designer. So this is the similar time the stable diffusion image generation model tool where farmers just select turmeric or any commodity name, the name, price, and we will generate like a really nice looking label for them. They can print it out. And this is something very helpful because like these are the small tools that end up helping farmers to the day-to-day life. Now, our learning from this one was that even though we are helping them out, there is still something that missing. That is, these tools are created by tech folks for tech people, not for the farmers, because they require education. You need to explain them how to use it, which in sense it's not very simple. There's like a literacy and language gap, and it need to be very intuitive. So next step we did, we use diffusion models with ink painting and background removal application, and created something where farmer can take a picture of whatever they're trying to sell, automatically replace the background, and create like something very professional looking. And when we did this one, we tried to create application which started becoming very simple. So they take a picture, select what they want to do, and they will create a picture. And this create like a professional looking image, then they can start sharing in the WhatsApp group or wherever they're trying to sell. So through all out, what we learned from our experimentation with building new applications, that the farmers has a really huge literacy and language barrier. Like for India, where we have so many languages, and most of the farming and agriculture happening in the rural area, this is very prevalent. Also, the education cost is very high, like explaining farmer because their day-to-day life, they are doing the job. Their job is not to remember all the filters and tools and settings. Yeah. Now this time we also realized that like this trained farmers are using WhatsApp, Instagram, and everything very well. Like nobody went to teach them, but they still started using it, and like they're sending millions of messages on WhatsApp every day. So I think it was like a realization was that it's a problem in the people who are creating things for farmers. It's not the farmer themselves, because everything we see today around built for farmers are not very farmer friendly in a sense. And the existing mechanism for them to access the knowledge, for example, we're not expecting farmer to go on Google and read 20 blogs, right, in English. There are many institutes in India and around, like, agricultural region who generate a lot of knowledge. This knowledge kind of stays to the institute. We are not expecting farmer again to travel 150 kilometers to find out and read these booklets and to figure out what is the best way to, what is the latest method to grow rice or what is the latest variety. So what farmer end up relying to is the local expert. They are not expert, but local vendors who are trying to sell something, which kind of put them in this situation where they are subjected to exploitation. This advices are biased. Meanwhile, we do have a lot of knowledge and research, everything generated to be sold to farmer. So we saw this big knowledge gap from the knowledge that we produce to the persons like farmer who is supposed to consume it. And we also saw that's like a two-way accessibility problem. It's not just the farmers. The knowledge that could produce is also unstructured. It's not designed to be digested by automated tools. It's very fragmented, and for the knowledge generation to the acquisition cost for farmer to reach to the farmer is also very high. And not just the farmer, people like extension workers or supports or sales, whoever is trying to kind of bring this knowledge to the ground, is the whole system is broken. So this was the chance where we already had a lot of knowledge that we have collected from different sources which we are using to run our platform. So we saw the opportunity that we can use this knowledge, use the generative AI technologies and the models are getting cheaper every day. So we realized that if we can build something that can bridge this knowledge gap between farmer and the knowledge that producing organization, we can solve one of the biggest problem, because now farmers can reach out and get access to all type of knowledge, from the seeds to the equipment, to fertilizers, pesticides, finance and loan. Meanwhile, they can just talk in their own language and something very simple in the interface. So this is what Kisan AI is. When we launched Kisan AI last March, now our objective was to create something very simple, intuitive, just a one button, select your language, and then you can start talking in your own language. And we are building knowledge base. Even today we are like continuously adding and getting more information. The goal is to all the data, knowledge, diversify information from practices to like climate resilient agriculture to organic farming. We would like to deliver them in a way where they can talk to the AI through the voice. And this is what the Kisan AI we launched last March. And surprisingly, because we were always focused on AI, but when we launched, we found out that we were not just agriculture. We were like one of the first vernacular voice-based assistant built using generative AI. And which was supporting many languages, because if you remember, the OpenAI and Bard and all started having this voice-based conversation very recently. But like we did in March, we received a really great response, because very first time farmers realized that they have the power of the entire internet in their hands, and they do not have to read. They can just talk to it, and it will reply. They can go back and forth. They can ask multiple questions. It's not like a call center. They have to wait for 5 hours, and then we don't know the person on the other side. It's like a knowledgeable person, and it will not take them 15 minutes, 30 minutes to find out the right answer. The answer is there. We started seeing getting requests at the middle of the night where someone is just in India and farms. The power come at the night time. So most of the time farmers are actually watering their farm at the night time. So we started seeing at the night time people are calling and asking questions about that thing. So we realized that we have built something which is really valuable, and by expanding the knowledge that we have, we can actually solve many problems related to agriculture and rural economy. But we are focused on agriculture. There are many other problems and many other organizations trying to solve this thing, but we want to solve the agri problem. Now, there are many other things that we realize that the Gen AI is still expensive. So if we keep running the show and keep serving more and more farmers, we have already reached 110 per farmer without any marketing. It's still spreading. People who find out, use it, people they come back with the feedback, say hey, there's this thing missing, can you add equipment data, can you add finance data? So we are ourselves are keep expanding the knowledge that we have, but we also realize that using the latest models, which are really huge in size, and if we go and try to serve millions of farmers, then it end up becoming expensive. And because we don't even figure out the business model, remember, we have to at one day being a startup have to generate revenue, so we cannot keep running it. So we started actually doing research on the language model side, if we can reduce the size of the model for using open source a model, something like a Llama 2, we can actually reduce the cost of inference. And similarly, we also realized that one of the biggest asks from the farmer was detecting disease and pests. So we started ourselves working on training, fine-tuning models, so we can actually reduce the cost of inference while keep serving the more demographic and try to bridge this knowledge here. While we launched, we really got really huge response, not just farmer, but everyone around, many media houses kind of check it out, they published about it, and I think that also helped us to kind of reach to more folks. And we also started seeing many success stories, for example, one farmer from Chhattisgarh, he was growing geranium, which is mostly used by perfume companies, and then there's a lot of agri-waste. The farmer has to sometimes pay for to get rid of this agri-waste. So this Lokesh, he was interested, he was curious about what he can do, so he started asking questions and figuring out what he can do with the agri-waste. Then he found out there are some chemical composition he can use, and using that he actually created air freshener, and then he registered his company, he became an entrepreneur, now he's incubated, and so moral of the story is now with the AI, so many things like this research of how to use agri-waste into air perfume was there always, but it was not accessible to farmer. And there are many stories that can be created, we are collecting, but it looks with this AI will help progressive farmers who are always looking to find a new way of using better practices, building something from agri-waste, or improving or increasing the yield, better way of using pesticides. They all have no answers. They can go and have conversation with AI to find it out. And now this time we also realize that while we are building it for farmers, there are thousands of agribusinesses who directly serve farmers, and they also have the same problem. They have their proprietary knowledge. That knowledge also needs to be served. All the equipment companies, tractor companies, pesticide companies, India or around the world, who have proprietary knowledge of their product, and they also struggle to take this knowledge back to the farmer, because farmer, let's say for example, someone is growing cotton and interested in finding out what is the product from company XYZ that we can use for whitefly, if that's one of the common pests, then he will not have, he'll go to the nearest shopkeeper and ask, and he will sell whatever is this he knows or what is available in the stock. But now that same farmer can actually talk to the company's chatbot, and then the company will suggest this is the latest product that you can use for whitefly and cotton, this is available in your area. And that is what we are building as a startup, an agri-co-pilot platform, which helps every businesses to take their advisories, manual, how to use this product, how to use a tractor or the new connectors or extension, product and serving them through different type of channels and APIs. So this is about like the model that we are building. Like when we started working on the model, we also we were not like racing to release and create a model. We knew the problem. Our problem was always to create cheaper inference with the more knowledge base. So we were already collecting huge amount of data. We had around 400,000 different conversations that farmers can did through our platform. We knew what kind of question they asked. So we did curation on top of it and using the and fine-tuning standalone parameter model. With this model was created on Llama 2, OpenHathi, which is based on Llama 2, and we name it Denu because Denu as calm Denu kind of symbol for agriculture, at least in Indian subcontinent. And also, if you look at the naming conversation happening with the models like Llama or Dolphin, we also realize like Denu would suit in that category of naming models from the animal's name. And then we last month also trained a vision model. The objective for the model is to not just detect pests and diseases for most commonly done crops, but also start having conversations. So a farmer can take a picture and then they can ask about what's going on, what's wrong with it, what can I use. So this is like very early stage for the vision model. And our goal is to kind of cover all major crops and the diseases, so we can create like a cheaper version that can be used by every farmers, because the current APIs with CNN models are very expensive, and we want to create something that is simple to use, just like our Kisan AI app, and then add multi-model capability to that, and always stay on and focus on the agriculture, because we cannot there are many things that people can try, which is like purpose for the general purpose model, maybe like the AGI, but our goal is to solve the agriculture related problems, because that's very near to my heart and what we have been working for a long time. So when we released, we also realized that not just we were first to release the Copilot, vernacular Copilot, we were also one of the pioneer in building agricultural LLMs. So I'll just play this one in terms of like how the Denu model, which is a bilingual, because we train on OpenHathi, which is a bilingual Hindi and English, and you can see the knowledge that we have trained on is basically very specific to location or like Indian practices. So if you can ask and select the state, and it will provide you practices advisory based on the location, not just very general purpose answer. Still, like right now, the first version we trained had like a 300,000 instruction, because it's instruction train model. But next one we are like collecting around million different instructions. So it's going to be like a really huge data set, and I hope that when we have the latest version, we'll able to actually make it much more better in terms of the knowledge that it can embed, because the fine tuning method, there are two things that you can do. Either you can try to embed some knowledge, you can also embed the style, and the style would be like what kind of question that usually originate from farmers and how we actually reply to them. This is the small clip I like to play for the vision model. In the vision model, like you can see, select the farmer can take a picture, select an image. Now the early models which were based on CNN, they will just kind of take a picture and tell you what percentage they think this particular disease is, right? So that is anyway basically will be kind of identified by the model. But then the other additional thing that a farmer can do, like right now this is in English, but when we actually kind of implement on production, we will be able to do this thing in all other languages that we support. But they can start just having conversation about what's going on, is there a disease present, what can we name it, how to take care of it, and all those kind of questions they can ask. So basically we are having a conversation as an expert, and not just detecting the thing and then relying on reading again, Like today in traditional method, you detect a disease, then you take the name, go to the shopkeeper, ask someone or call center, and then they'll tell you something, right? Now you are over here, just in the chatbot, you are actually having this conversation. So uh, her goal is to kind of, right now we train the vision model for just 3 crop with 10,000 images, but we will be expanding this to maybe like 80,000 images, 80 crops, and see if we can actually, create something which is very remarkable and solve problem on the ground. Summarizing the presentation, so maybe we can take some questions. So ultimately, we look at it, what we try to be. We want to be like the knowledge superhighway. So there has been always like the gap between the information advisory that produced by institute and experts and between the farmers on the ground. And we want to be that the conduit to deliver this knowledge. And at one point on like in a longer roadmap, we also want to be someone who trained the base agriculture model and the base platform and create an unbiased platform that can be like the farmer's companion for everything they want to do like every day. Like the single app farmer when he wakes up, he want to rely on, and that's what we actually want to do. And that be all from my side. Thank you. And if love to see if there's any question.
Currently, AI is applied almost everywhere. You can see from from wearables like bands, gadgets like Aura rings. So in nutrition, in disease diagnosis, in new development of new drugs and so on, imaging in particular. So precision medicine combines individual data on genes, biomarkers, physiological and behavioral data. Understand? This is important to understand this. Biomarkers, genes, behavioral data and physiological data. It makes a lot of data to understand to make a precision of a single individual. So if there is an excess gene, can be trisomy, an excess branch of gene that comes into causing a disease should be able to cut it. Or you cut it here and attach there, that's how some of these go. So it will be very precise, and precision is the key word. For example, I will tell one drug. So one drug that's called Zolgensma, which is the costliest medicine on the planet. That in Indian terms it costs around 18 crores, just one injection. There is a disease called SMA, spinal muscular atrophy, and caused by a lack of functional SMN1 gene. So you just give this particular injection, intravenous, and this goes and makes it functional. The lack of function causes the disease, and SM1 gene, it makes it functional. It goes and precisely touches the particular gene which is dormant and makes it functional. That's how the art of precision medicine works. And another example is statin. We all know hypercholesterol. What is high cholesterol? So when there is high cholesterol, doctors usually prescribe what is called statin. That's like atorvastatin, rosuvastatin, and simvastatin, etc. So there is a big trial in which they found a particular gene, sequence which is there in about 5% of individuals on earth. So this causes statin resistance. Statin doesn't work if you have such type of genetic pattern. So what you need to do, you need to take an alternative drug like PCSK9 inhibitor. So if you know the genetic pattern, you can precisely avoid the drug, you can precisely prescribe the drug. So in diagnostics, it is used in diagnostics to increase the efficiency, and deep learning is helping in prevention of errors, diagnosis, improvement, and it helps detecting lung cancer, assessing the risk of sudden cardiac death by, some of the AI models can detect 72-hour sudden cardiac death even before. So by the time he reaches emergency, if the possibility of sudden cardiac death is high, you know how to triage him, where to send him, to the intensive care and said what are the measures to take. So classifying a skin lesion, there has been a model compared to a qualified dermatologist who gains knowledge over years and has to specialize and decades of experience. A AI model, what is called DCNN, deep learning, deep convolutional, I think neural networking. This is the AI system that can detect as good as 29 dermatologists who are experienced in learning and practicing. This is what AI can do in medical practice. So finding indicators of diabetic retinopathy, I think it is there in the domain for a very long time and Google has taken it up. And in cardiology, AI uses prediction of cardiovascular disease and acute coronary syndromes or heart failure much better than a qualified and experienced cardiologist. If you just feed all the information of the chambers, thickness, and the measurement of the heart, it can give you better prediction than any of the existing, electrocardiogram or ECG, echo, and so on put together. It can give a better opinion. So anyway, it is also in the precision of disease stratification. It works in many ways in cardiology. So it also works for heart failure. Prevention cardiology, for example, I tell a live example. My grandfather was a smoker. He died of heart attack at 52. And my father was a smoker. He had heart attack at 52. He stopped smoking. He was fine then. And looking at this, I did not smoke. Recently, I got my gene studies done, which is showing the cigarette smoking will greatly affect your cardiac health. That's why coronary artery disease. Since I avoided and I did not have a problem. This is a live example how AI can make preventive cardiology scores. And pulmonary medicine, there is a gray area what's called pulmonary function test. AI can augment this. And tumors also, potential improvement in early diagnosis of lung tumor. Lung tumors are some tumors before stage 3 is difficult to diagnose. When it is 10 millimeters or 8 millimeters, if you diagnose it's already stage 3. If you can make it when it is less than 1 millimeter, which AI can do. It also, it uses all these. Your behavioral data, as I told, like smoking, like genetic study, age, your, all the tissue data and multiple omics, all these put together, you can easily stratify and diagnose early as well as, you can make treatment plans. And in radiotherapy, this is one area that has greatly improved by AI. Radiotherapy is one. When I was a student, if there is a lung tumor, if radiotherapy was given whole lung, used to get fibrosed. And later came the linear, linear accelerators, which precisely bombards the tumor and also the normal lung tissue before the tumor and after the tumor gets affected. Now there is a recent AI model. This is this is the latest ethos, which is AI based machine. It doesn't affect any normal tissue. It precisely recognizes the cancer cells and bombards the cancer cells. Similarly, other areas. So endocrinology, continuous blood glucose monitoring. If you can just put a patch anywhere in the body, it recognizes the blood sugar levels every 15 minutes for over 15 days so far. Still, people are trying to make it 1 month. Okay. If you can show to the patient, definitely patient is going to improve his, lifestyle changes and going to make benefits. And further endocrinology, it works for, there is this model I cannot understand, but there is what's called hidden layer, which, output prediction is the phenotypes, biomarkers, and overall survival it can assess, and so on. So in nephrology is one of the ever increasing disease process where increasing in diabetic, rapid increase in the incidence of diabetes is increasing the kidney failures, renal diseases. So, AI can, for instance, is proven useful in understanding the decline of glomerular filtration rate. Once diabetes is diagnosed to have diabetes, unless it is under control, microvascular disease like nephropathy, neuropathy, or retinopathy can be progressive. So this progression can be caused, can be understood, the decline of glomerular filtration rate by the AI in many kidney diseases and establishing the risk of progressive disease in IgA nephropathy and diabetic related nephropathy. Similarly, it can also in kidney transplant patients can predict the graft rejection, how far the graft can survive and how far the new kidney can survive and function. And also you can optimize the immunosuppressive therapy depends upon the risk of rejection of the kidney transplant. In gastroenterologists, again, at many places you can use it. In neurology, there is what is called AI model called Empatica. And this received an FDA approval in 2018. This also works by neuronal nerve network, etc. And this can predict possibility of generalized epilepsy much before the actual onset of seizures. So you can alert the AI can alert the patient, alert the relatives as well as the physician to take measures before and prevent the seizures. Retinopathy, there is what is called RCNN algorithm. You can understand it better. You can predict the disease or retinal disease much earlier than an ophthalmologist who is a trained ophthalmologist through AI, through this AI system called RCNN. So in emergency room, the popularity of robotic assisted surgery is, we all know that many advertisements on robotic surgeries, knee replacements and cardiac surgery, etc. on beating heart surgery, open heart surgery, minimally invasive surgeries, all these use AI as its, it directs how to go about, and robotic assisted surgery have led to fewer surgery related complications, less tissue destruction, precise understanding. And similarly in the emergency department, you can try it, predicting likelihood of cardiac arrest in a case of sepsis, that is severe infection. It can predict the likelihood of cardiac arrest. So you know where to send the patient to intensive care, you have to do all the required measurements. So drug discovery is another area that it used to take very long time. Recently we have seen in COVID, usually it takes about 5 to 10 years to come to finalize a vaccine, but this time it just happened in 18 to 21 months, because mostly people, they attribute it to the AI related assistance, where you can cut short most of the stages. Similarly, in a drug discovery, normally you have many models, you have to identify where the drug is required, and then you should keep searching for animal models, for preclinical, for human beings, for normal human beings, and then sick human beings, and then stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4 trials, and then comes out to the market. So it bypasses so many of these stages. So these are the various stages in drug discovery. Find the biomarkers and identify the target molecule, and then you can clinically precisely. So I'll tell you one example. There is what is called, an apple is famous for what is called an apple to keep the doctor away. When you eat an apple, what happens? It goes to the stomach and then to the duodenum. In the duodenum, the L cells of the duodenum secretes a peptide called gastrointestinal peptide. Because apple increases the blood sugar, it goes and stimulates the beta cells of the pancreas to produce insulin. Similarly, if the blood sugar levels is low, the same peptides will go and stimulate the alpha cells of the pancreas to raise the blood sugar level. And thus a balance happens. And in between, from the intestine to the pancreas, There's an enzyme called DPP4 enzyme. It is going to neutralize almost 90% of the peptides. So precisely you have a area where to work. You have a target. If you can cut the effect of DPP4 enzyme, give it, produce an DPP4 inhibitor so that the naturally innate gastrointestinal peptides will go and improve the effect of the, this is called incretin effect. That's how Apple is famous for a long time. How identifying the target molecule, discover the effective drug, find biomarkers, you will make much easier, much earlier, much better than the conventional drug discovery. So there are certain rights in the precision medicine. Certain rights to the patient. Patients need to be part of precision medicine for achieving its potential to the fullest, because you are using the patient's data. Patients need to understand assurance of data privacy. Data privacy is very important for a patient, because as I told earlier, one model where statin doesn't work, you have to give a PCSK9 inhibitor. Statin costs about 3,500 rupees per year, whereas PCSK9 costs 350,000 per year. So if your insurance company knows this data, nobody will give an insurance policy. So you should have a complete assurance to the patient of data privacy, and owner and utilization of the genetic information is patient itself, and understanding the informed consent and to voice their preferences, sharing genomic and other information. So it's important that patients express their preferences and requirements while they are assured of their data security. So physician also has certain rights in precision medicine, medical curricular reform, specialist training, ongoing physician training, and additional courses on genetics, understanding the genomes, and and so on. So introducing more CMEs, more courses in that, because this is not a part of curriculum so far. So this is one area where actually in the liver, the pathology of medical imaging is very important. I am into a project with the IIT to identify the liver tumors as early as possible. When they are about 9 to 10 millimeters, the prognosis is poor, and already they try to go out of the liver, and if we can precisely make when it is less than 3 millimeters, we can make a better complete cure, and almost 99%. So I am into this project with AI based, and we can have many applications like this in day-to-day practice. Similarly, you can have a endoscopy, which is AI directed. You can have a radiology, CT, MRI, ultrasound, which is AI directed, which can make more precision, more precise diagnostic tools. And of course, these are not my area. Normally these AI systems are produced by data scientists, and we usually collaborate with them. We give all our requirements to them and patient point of view, and then they make the models which should work for us. So in surgery also, robotic surgery. You see, this is the surgical instrument, end instrument. It can go to a very narrow place and can move 360 degrees where a human hand cannot reach. So it can stitch, it can cut, it can. So tissue damage is very little, recovery is very fast, and the pain and post-op complications are very less with robotic surgery because of the high precision. So similarly, preoperative planning, if you feed all the data, like what exactly you are going to cut, you give all the measurements to the robo, it can make a preoperative planning, intraoperative guidance. It guides you, go this way, cut this, do this. Ultimately, it gives you assistant. It doesn't cut. It gives you signal to cut. And surgical robotics, it requires precision, robustness, real time, and safety. All these are being practiced already. So future of medical practice with AI we are practicing last decade, current decade is this, with all the biodata and available evidence-based medicine, but next decade is going to be robotics, AI, augmented reality, and then differentiation via intelligent solutions for evidence outcome-based health, focused on preventive care and individualized care in particular. So health trends technology, remote patient monitoring, you just put a chip in front of his chest, you can see all the data wherever you are, and you can monitor the patient, alert the patient to go, and lot of telehealth after COVID is happening. So all that what we need is that data to interpret, and how AI will strengthen the future of healthcare. This is what is important. Ultimately, the end user is the patient, saves the doctor's time, improves the precision of diagnosis, prediction, and planning, and drugs, and as well as the prognostic monitoring and so on. So more personalized solutions in medication and treatment plan, and better understanding of human biology as you start practicing. It works much better and makes more accurate. So there are certain drawbacks like black box bias. If you do in certain people like South Asian Indians, it doesn't work for everybody. You have to make a models like by itself. Overfitting, data leakage is another thing which I have already told, and acquisition of data, privacy and security, quality of data, particularly the physiological data. If you know somebody's genetic data, what drugs work, what drugs doesn't work, you know. So you use your medication according to the genetic data. At the same time, physiological data. If somebody has more in high sympathetic outcomes, somebody secretes more adrenaline. If you have all that data, you can give a sympathetic blocker if the sympathetic secretion is high, and so on. There are so many things like that. So you normally we give beta blockers if there is sympathetic hypersecretion. Some people have very type A personality; they are anxious for everything. So indicating that they need sympathetic stimulation, and then we should give beta blocker to curtail all the sympathetic effects. And then finally, the ethical issues, privacy, safety, accountability, and regulation is another important thing. So unless these are the future promising AI-based automation, new job creation, if you start practicing AI and understanding AI, an opportunity to build advanced AI capabilities, emergence of general AI to create synthetic systems as sophisticated as the human being, the formulation of AI regulatory framework. So for the listening, computerized, for everything computerized tea, computerized drawing, computerized haircut, computerized cleaning. But AI should not go like that. So there should be a proper regulatory framework for that. And the barriers being absence of interoperability, regulation implications, moral and ethical implications, concerns about the privacy, as well as the shortage of relevant and sufficient talent at this point of time. So globally, their precision medicine has initiated at so many places. So some initiatives have built new cohorts from scratch. Most initiatives have leveraged on the existing data from the biobanks, of course. And most of the initiatives predict that their findings will help improve people's health and update the latest knowledge in general and in particular for that personalized patient. So, ladies and gentlemen, in summary, advances in AI have the potential to transform many aspects of healthcare, enabling a future that's more personalized, more precise, more predictive, and more portable. And globally, AI could become a key tool for improving health equity around the world. We need investment into upskilling a healthcare workforce and future leaders that are digitally enabled and understand, embrace, than being intimidated by potential of AI augmented healthcare system. So one should understand the future requirement and gear up. If you are a doctor and if you adopt to practicing AI, you will have an edge in future and your patient will get better precision medicine, precision diagnosis, precision investigation, and finally the outcomes will be much better. So far we don't have much data on how AI works in a group of people, so it is only individualized here. Thank you very much for your patience listening.
Yeah. So,
I'll be happy if you have any questions.
Yeah.
Hospitals holds lot of data sets. How much they are investing in developing AI tools? Are they putting any efforts in collaborating with IT industry?
Definitely, there are now, most of the hospitals are using health systems to stratify, to give appointments, to change appointments, to give time slots, and these are up to that only, not per se interrupting the personal data of the patient and put together. There is some recent during COVID, there is what is called Arogya Setu, which intelligently can tell you what is your risk if you are there around. Similarly, there is prediction when they are traveling from one place to other place. There is a prediction of possibility of these people, infected people, how many people are traveling. Similarly, with similar AI systems, China can curtail a lot of, can contain the COVID transmission. So far it is not much utilized, and the database is more personalized, and there are no clear guidelines or ethical issues that,
all the hospitals or hospital research-oriented institutions need the Indian-based data consent to not be all, diagnosed data. Maybe outlet of the problem of the patient is going to make it open. Then we can have a broad view. What are the geographical areas? What are the areas specially? And what might be the symptoms dominating in that particular area? Is it possible to bring out some of the solutions?
Definitely, it is possible, sir. We have to study in terms of AI with specific disease and groups of specific to this area, and how to prevent and how to precisely diagnose and treat. So it needs, that's what I told you, there is no epidemiological studies so far, and there are only case cohort studies and case present. So there is no epidemiological studies so far on AI based understanding to put into the society. That's where we are.
What the point is, considering individual patients' data related to ordering the something data should be there. Then only it is possible to pick up this data.
Yeah, of course there is data already, but the data is very primitive data. We need more genetic data, which is lacking. We need more physiological data, which is lacking. Biophysical profile, which is lacking. So if we can gear up our systems to get all the data and try to put into a model, then it is going to work.
Yes, bring up to the common platform. I think.
That's the future of medical practice. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So somebody is asking what goes for doctors' practice in future. The future we cannot predict. If we know, with 100 rupees I can get 1 lakh. I could have invested in Infosys. Whatever it improves, if you start practicing, if a doctor starts practicing AI, he is going to improve the precision. He is going to make better things for his patient, and he is going to be ahead of. And he is going to make difference in his own career. So, adopting AI in practice is important. Is it useful for all the general public? To understand the disease model is important. Okay, as I told, I spoke one of those statin related. In general public, if that particular genetic pattern, as we know, if you come to me with high cholesterol, I don't know your genetic data. If I know your genetic data, if you have that particular statin resistance, I will not give statin to you. I will give some other drug. Okay. Definitely, if you have data, it is going to be useful for every